नहीं जो हम यहाँ करेंगे वो आएगा उनको एक आउट जैसे खाली ऐसे में क्या हो सकता है अपने इसमें हाँ दे देंगे ना वो है ना एक इनके पास कल होगी तुम्हारी कितनी मीटिंग है
Everybody has come for today for your class. आज तुम लोगों का वो भी हो सकता है ट्रायल टेस्ट, ठीक है? टैब लाए हो सभी लोग? कितने घंटे पढ़े थे रात में कल? कितने बजे तक पढ़े थे सब लोग? बताओ सभी बताओ। पढ़े थे? 12 बजे से पहले तो कोई नहीं सोया था ना? पास कर दीजिएगा।
फोन लेना पड़ेगा, माइक है, रिकॉर्डिंग करेंगे सर, मैं इसको लाना कहाँ से लेगा? पीछे से यहाँ से लेके करके कॉलर के अंदर से ले यहाँ से बस ठीक है। कहाँ से ले रहा है? सागर लैप पर लगाओ सर, शॉर्ट के अंदर से निकालना पड़ेगा ना तेरे को। नहीं कोई नहीं चल टाइट से लगा देना, नहीं तो फंसा कहाँ पहुँचे? कहाँ पहुँचे भाई? आईटी फटाफट आ जाए। ऊपर लगा, ऊपर लेवल के बस ठीक है, ऊपर है लेवल ऑडियो मिक्सर लगा ना, आईटी बोलते हैं यहाँ मैं सामान एक हार्ड डिस्क आती यहाँ की तो भेजता हूँ ऑडियो मिक्सर वो वहाँ पे लगाकर चालू हो जाता है।
आपने एटॉमिक स्ट्रक्चर पढ़ा अभी?
Yes, sir. Yes.
When?
Sir, in last week.
Last week only.
Yes, sir.
And in the beginning of the session, which chapter?
Sir, some basic concepts of chemistry in this chapter.
Okay. So we are starting here with atomic structure.
Yes, sir.
So have you practiced all atomic structure? What are the difficulties you are facing?
Sir, Lewis dot structure.
Huh?
Sir, Lewis structure. Sir, numerical.
Quantum numbers. And you?
Yes, sir.
Have you studied
Yes, sir.
throughout?
Yes, sir.
What difficulty you are facing? No difficulty.
Not yet, sir.
Not yet. So there is no need of class here for you.
No, sir. There's a need
Huh?
for revisions.
Which book you are following?
Sir, NCRT.
NCRT. You are facing any difficulty?
Yes, sir. In
With-
some questions, like in this question, how can we, decide all these have electrons are hydrogen-like atoms. So how can we? The question is asked which hydrogen-like species will have same radius as that of Bohr orbit of hydrogen atom. All have same number of electrons. So how can we decide this?
But that radius depends upon Z also.
Z also. Okay. Sir, the same question is given here also, and here it's lithium 2 plus, and here the answer is 15th B, beryllium 3 plus. The question is same, but the options are different. So how can?
1 second. The radius of which of the following orbit is the same as that of Bohr orbit? फिफ्टींथ का बी.
Yeah.
What is n? What is n? N.
Number of orbit.
Number of
Orbit.
lithium.
3. Sir, but if this atomic size depends upon Z, then I think helium should be the answer, because helium is
No.
much
What is
more
the you see Bohr's orbit radius, na?
A n square by Z.
Inversely proportional to Z.
Okay, inversely proportional.
हाँ.
Okay,
तो Z is
atomic number.
atomic number. So atomic number is same as number of electron.
Electrons.
So which part is in this? What is the valency? What is the electronic configuration of B?
E line.
Huh?
B. 1s2 and 2s2.
So it's one electron. What is the electronic configuration of Be3 plus?
B3 plus 1s. 1s1.
No, electronic configuration of
BE3 plus. It's 1s1.
1s1. And this one?
Lithium. 1s1.
This one?
1s1.
This also?
Yes, sir. All have 1s1.
On 1s1. That is okay. Now you see this depends on the only what is Z.
Atomic.
Atomic number is number of protons also.
Yeah.
So the inversely proportional. तो उसमें कौन से में होगा ये? Which atom will be there? Ion will be.
Iron, which are
Ah.
I'm confused.
Lithium.
Sir, but lithium. I'm confused.
You see, you first try to this. You see, it should be radius of the V channel will be same as the Bohr orbit of hydrogen atom. So this should be Z is equal to 1, N is equal to 1.
Yeah.
So in all these cases,
Z is equals to 1.
Z should be equal to 1 and N equal to 1. In which case if Z is equal to 1, N is equal to 1.
Number of electrons.
Find out where Z should be.
Not equal to,
Eh?
N is not equal to 1 in any of the case, and Z, they all have different atomic numbers. None of them have Z is equals to 1 as well as N is equals to 1.
So in this you have to find out. You have to put the value N square.
Okay.
This is obviously is not there. So this one. This is correct. 15th B.
B.
So you have to put the value of, you have to find out Z also, because it depends upon the inversely proportional to Z, and it is proportional to N also. N is the principal, N is
N is the number of orbit.
number of orbit. N is 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
So 1s is N is equal to 1. N is equal to 2 is 2s.
2s.
ठीक है ना? तो we have to actually consider only second orbit, but there should be no electron in that.
Okay.
That's why it's similar to hydrogen. Schrodinger equation is applicable one electron system, only one electron system, but it depends upon Z also. So you have to take into account Z. That is the thing. And Z is
Atomic number.
atomic number. And atomic number is
Number of electrons or number of protons. Sorry.
protons.
Protons.
So these are charged species.
आगे इंटरनेट आ गया अभी तक तो नहीं मिला है
ठीक है, ये करके यू जस्ट डू इट, हैं, करके देखिए जाए। नहीं तो ये रॉन्ग होगा। हाँ, नो नो, यू हैव टू कैलकुलेट एंड देन you have to see. This you calculate in this also. So you. But language must be the same. Here there must be something different question. Maybe n is equal to 3 somewhere. You back calculate it and then see. हाँ.
कैमरा ना ऐसा रखना कि प्रेजेंटेशन भी आ जाए और सर भी आ जाए।
ठीक है, बोलिए कैसे खड़े हो फिर?
सर आप ना ऐसे खड़े हो जाए जिससे कि ना ऐसे खड़े हो सकते हैं आप, मतलब इसकी जो रेज है
हाँ
इसके ऊपर आ रही है।
अच्छा,
है ना, तो आप कैमरे में भी आ जाएंगे और उसमें भी आ जाएंगे। ठीक है सर,
एक बार टेस्ट करके देख लें क्या?
हाँ बिल्कुल करिए, वो चालू है, लाइव हो गया, क्या आ रहा है यूट्यूब CBSE चैनल पे आ रहा है सर। ठीक है, दोनों आ रहे हैं। मेरे हिसाब होगा, मेरे हिसाब से सही स्टार्ट करो। हेलो हेलो हेलो,
कैमरा माइक पे है ना?
कैमरा माइक इंटरनल भी कर दिया है।
नहीं कैमरा माइक पे कर दो।
सबको माइक दे दिया ना आपने?
हाँ नहीं रहा।
शुड वी स्टार्ट?
कैमरा माइक पे कर देना, बीच में कर देना।
ये तो बीच में ही है, ये रहा ना
बीच में ना, वहाँ पे क्या क्या नीचे माइक पे कर दिया,
नीचे माइक पे है।
नीचे माइक पे।
And how to
This person will move your slide.
okay.
Or should I give you remote?
No, it's okay. Or, should I sit down? Huh? Because that will be good, na? Huh? Yes, I think a glass of water. Yeah.
स्टार्ट करें भाई?
जी जी
सर स्टार्ट करिए सर।
Good morning. See, today we are going to discuss about the atomic models and the atomic structure. See, first let us go briefly with the atomic models. They were basically 4 models. We are neglecting the small contributions made by some scientists. Just basically we will consider 4 models. First is the atomic models of Dalton. You well know that I need not explain that because he was basically proposed this model at the time when many things were not known. So he proposed that basically the atom is neutral. And next slide. No, we have to operate now. How to operate.
क्या रोक दिए? स्लाइड्स नहीं ऑपरेट करते हैं इसको मालूम।
तो यहाँ पे दे दीजिएगा।
हाँ ये वही कर इसे
next model was developed by Thomson. See, in 1897, people realized that atoms were made up of even smaller particles than they had previously thought. However, the atomic nucleus had not been discovered yet, and so plum pudding model was put forward in 1904. In this model, the atom is made up of negative electrons that float in a soup of positive charge, much like plums in a pudding or raisins in a fruit cake, or you see watermelon case. However, even with the plum pudding model, there was still no understanding of how these electrons in the atom were arranged. There were parallel discoveries were going on. See, the discovery of radiation was the next step along the path to build an accurate picture of atomic structure. In early 20th century, Curie discovered some elements that emit particles, that is radioactive particles, which are able to pass through matter in a similar way to X-rays. This discovery was utilized by Rutherford, which he used in the discovery of electrons and neutrons. Discovery of electrons and protons. Neutrons were discovered later by Chadwick. See, Rutherford carried out some experiments which led to change in ideas around the atom. His new model was basically a planetary model, that electrons were revolving around a heavy nucleus, and that explained the neutrality of the atom, because Dalton also saw that the atom is neutral. So that explained, but Rutherford's contribution was that he discovered electrons and nucleus. But there were still many things were not explained by Rutherford model. What were those things? One is that according to classical theory, the atom should be unstable as per the Rutherford model. Second, what is the second most? That the spectral lines. You see the spectra at the same time, the spectroscopy was actually very much in vogue, and they discovered spectral lines. So the Rutherford model could not explain the spectral lines. Now, see, as I said, the parallel discoveries were going on, and one of the experiments were done on the electromagnetic radiation. And electromagnetic radiation, what is electromagnetic radiation? That we will see. See, electromagnetic radiation has oscillating electric and magnetic fields in the perpendicular planes. You can very well see, and these electromagnetic waves has characteristics like wavelength, frequency, and speed, and there is a relationship with these three parameters. Yes, that all you know about those relationships. Now, these electromagnetic radiation range from gamma rays to radio waves in order of increasing wavelength or decreasing frequency. Now, from the black body radiation experiments, the Planck found that energy can be gained or lost only in integer multiples of h nu. That is, that delta E is the energy change, and h is the Planck's constant, nu is the frequency. So is a multiple of h nu is the first photon, and then n is the number of photons. Total energy change is nhv. He found from the black body radiation. This is the summary of Planck's experiments. Energy is in fact quantized and can be transferred only in discrete units of size h nu each of these small packets of energy is called a quantum. A system can transfer energy only in whole quantum. See, we can calculate the energy change for different types of electromagnetic radiation. For example, if a numerical comes that you have to a blue light having a wavelength of 450 nanometer, what is the increment of energy, that is the change in energy that is emitted at 450 nanometer by 4%. So these type of parameters can be changed and numerical can be asked. Based on the formula, you can determine the either frequency or the wavelength. Delta E is equal to h nu. Now, very important discovery was done by Einstein. Parallel efforts were going on in the early 20th century that electromagnetic radiation is itself quantized. See, earlier, it was known that electromagnetic radiation has a wave character that I just showed you, that they are the electric field and magnetic field. But the biggest contribution of Einstein and earlier Planck was that these electromagnetic radiation is quantized, means it has particle nature. It's not only wave nature, it's particle nature also, and those particles are nothing but photons, and their energy is delta E is equal to h nu, one photon. How did he do that? See, he did some experiments. It's not a hypothetical thing. He did experiments, and they are known as photoelectric effect of Einstein. What is that? That earlier it was known that, you see, the light is emitted continuously. The continuous spectra was there. Now when he performed these photoelectric effects, he found that however intense light is, electron cannot be emitted from the surface of certain material, which is photoelectric material, photosensitive material. He found that at particular frequency, electrons can be ejected. Only at particular frequency, not the intensity. And he carried out further experiments to find out the energy, kinetic energy of the ejected electrons. And formula was the kinetic energy is equal to h nu minus h nu 0. That is the threshold frequency. That, and minimum energy required was E0 h nu 0. Here. So as I is there any marker? You see, you can see this relationship. This is very important, and many numericals can be asked based on this formula. That is, kinetic energy is h nu minus h nu 0, where h nu is the energy of incident photon, h nu is the energy required to remove the electron from the metal surface. And another most important thing is that intensity of light is the measure of number of photons present in a given part of the beam. That is, intensity tells us the number of photons, and it tells about the kinetic energy also, because we eject the electron by some particular frequency h nu, and excess of actually the radiations, they help in giving the electrons kinetic energy. What are photons? Let's say, as I explained earlier, a beam of light can be considered to be a stream of particles, photons. A photon does not have mass but have momentum. That you will be surprised to know that it does not have mass. See, according to relativistic theory, which is beyond your actually course, that is, we are referring to rest mass here. Rest mass, which is zero velocity. So, photon does not have any velocity. Electromagnetic radiation exhibits wave and particle properties that now
I introduce you the concept dual nature of light. Dual, what do we mean by dual nature of light? It both possesses the wave nature also and particle nature also, and that is very important now to go further. And energy of each photon of the radiation is related to the wavelength and frequency by the equation. As you know, delta C is equal to lambda nu. That relation between velocity of photon or velocity of light, where the wavelength of light and frequency of light, what is the relation? C is equal to lambda nu. And now we can depict the dual nature of light as the light, the wave, and bottom is as a stream of photons. Now we come to matter. See, we have now seen light that was considered as a kind of wave, but in early experiments in the earlier 20th century, it was proved that light has also particle nature. So dual nature of light that we have now seen. Now we come to the matter as the material particle, just like any material particle you are facing here. So does matter that is normally assumed to be particulate exhibit wave properties? That was the question later answered by first de Broglie. It was a French physicist, de Broglie, derived the following relationship for wavelength of a particle with momentum mv. Here is the v is the velocity, it is not new. So lambda is equal to h upon mv. That's very important relation, and many numericals or questions are asked on this relationship. Lambda is equal to h upon mv. Now I have just presented before you one numerical. You can see compare the wavelength for an electron mass traveling at a speed of this much and a ball, that's ordinary ball with the mass given and traveling at particular speed. So you have to remember all the parameters, all the constant values of the constants if they are not given in the numerical. So here in the numerical it is given, but in multiple choice questions generally these values are not given. So you have to remember and remember these things. So we can calculate the lambda for electron, that is 7.3 10 raised to power minus 11 meter. See, another important thing which you have to remember is the dimensions of that. Sometimes it will come meter, sometimes it will come nanometer, sometimes it will come centimeter. So you have to have all the values of these constants in kind of a manner where the ultimately result is in meters, centimeters, or whatever in values you want. For example, here this Planck's constant is in joules second or kilogram meter square per second. Understand this? You see, this is the most important part which we have to see. This is joule second, and this is very. So as I told you, you have to pay attention to the units of all the constants or the values. And now we can calculate the lambda for ball, and in the same unit we have to calculate that if it is given in kilogram or if it is given in gram, so you have to convert into kilogram. So that you can see that wavelength for electron is 7.3 10 to the power minus 11 meter, and wavelength of ball is 1.9 10 to the power minus 34. What does this mean? the wavelength of the ball, which has larger mass, is very, very small. If the wavelength is very small, it can be considered as a continuous, not wave. It has small wave, but it is not detectable. Now, another phenomena considered for the particles was the wave property which can calculate, and incidentally there was lot of experiments on the lights reflecting that light has wave character, and one of them is diffraction or interference. If the diffraction of light is there, then we can say that light has wave-like properties. If a particle such as electron has diffraction pattern, then we can say that it is waveless. We have already proved that it is particle. Now we are proving that electron is having wave-like properties. So this is the situation, the lower part. Mouse here, you see this one, waves in phase, that is a constructive interference, and this is wave out of phase is destructive. As I said, diffraction pattern can be explained only in terms of waves. Another very important experiment was done by Davison and Germer. Directed a beam of electrons at a nickel crystal. They observed a diffraction pattern similar to that seen from the diffraction of X-rays. Electrons actually do have an associated wavelength. Larger chunks of matter have wavelength too small to verify experimentally. That I showed you about the ball. It's very difficult to show. Now, nature of matter we can consider. Energy is really a form of matter, and all matter exhibits both particulate and wave properties. Large pieces of matter such as baseball exhibit predominantly particulate properties. Very small pieces of matter such as photon, while showing some particulate properties, through relativistic effects exhibit dominantly wave properties. Pieces of intermediate mass such as electrons show both the particulate and wave properties of matter. That actually is the gist of the things, that very heavy bodies, they exhibit only particular, very light just like wave, and in intermediate just like electron, they act with both wave or particle nature. Now, as I said earlier that the spectra was actually obtained for various elements simultaneously, and at that time the spectrum of say helium or neon or other gases, that could not be explained by the existing theories. So, the results were known. So, what is the atomic spectrum of hydrogen? Let us see. When a high energy discharge is passed through a sample of hydrogen gas, some of the hydrogen bonds are broken. The resulting hydrogen atoms are excited and released by emitting light of various wavelengths to produce what is called the emission spectrum of hydrogen atom. What is the difference between emission spectrum and absorption spectrum? Emission spectrum is that light is emitted, absorption spectrum is light is absorbed. So both are same. You see, the energy difference between two energy levels is the same, whether it is emitted or this is absorbed. Only sign is different. Now the hydrogen emission spectrum is line spectrum. What do we mean by line spectrum? Earlier we saw continuous spectrum. What do you mean by line spectrum? That in spectrum lines are visible and in between lines there is a black. But continuous spectrum is continuously the light, just like rainbow, prism, that is a continuous spectrum. But if you observe lines, that is the high resolution spectrophotometer, then you get the line spectrum, and that can have only certain allowed energy. See, continuous spectrum means that it has range of continuous energies, but line spectrum means it has, at that particular time, it has absorbed or emitted a particular wavelength or particular frequency light. That is a line spectrum. What we call, in other words, that energy of electron in the hydrogen atom is quantized. Now you can see, as I mentioned about that rainbow, that if we have arrangement like this, that through prism, and this is the continuous spectrum, there is no break in between the colors. Now we obtain line spectrum. This is the line spectrum. Same kind of a setup. These are the lines. That could not be explained. Now what are these lines? These various energy levels in the hydrogen atoms were, as you can see, in the red, green and blue. That is this is the ground level, that is first orbit, second orbit and third, fourth, like that. This is second and this one like this. These are the all sphere. These are all quantized energy levels, and the difference between the third level and the first level is hc upon lambda 3, like this. This they have calculated experimentally. These, but they could not explain. These are all experimentally calculated. Now comes the Bohr model. See, we have gone through the Dalton model, Thomson model, and now Bohr model. That is third model. In between there were some models were proposed, but we are not going to mention all these models. Now in 1913, a Danish physicist named Niels Bohr developed quantum model for the hydrogen atom, and this is known as old quantum theory. Quantum word was there, so old quantum theory was given by Bohr model. The electron in a hydrogen atom moves around the nucleus only in certain allowed circular orbits. This is the first, actually he assumed that they are allowed in circular orbits. Second is the Bohr's model fits the experimental results by assuming that angular momentum of the electron could occur only in certain increments. Energy is quantized and angular momentum, that is MVR. Angular momentum in classical theory is MVR is equal to NH upon 2 pi. That is quantized. H upon 2 pi is the nature of this constant. N is the 1, 2, 3, 4. That is a quantum number, let us say. Now we can, you see in the left side here, these were the, as I depicted earlier, that they were the lines obtained by the spectrum, and in the right hand side you can see that model proposed by Bohr, that is n is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the actually orbits Bohr proposed, that the electrons Now Bohr gave the idea of discrete energy level. See, earlier we considered the energy is continuous, but now Bohr gave the idea that energy is kind of a discrete and is in terms of energy levels. just like staircases, no? First step, second step, third, like that. So that was mentioned by the Bohr, that electron energy is quantized, that is, energy levels are different for the electrons. And he calculated, see this one, calculated by classical theory also, and then he arrived at this energy. This is a constant in joule, and then this is Z square n square. This is here, this is the exponential, Z square upon n square. This formula you must remember, Z square n square for total energy. And this is the Z is the atomic number, Z1 for hydrogen, and Z for helium is 2, lithium 3, beryllium 4. So up to about 30 atomic numbers you must remember. Negative sign means that energy of the electron bound to the nucleus is lower than it would be if the electron were at an infinite distance. Infinite distance means that they are no longer attached to the nucleus or atom. They are just emitted out of the atom, just as you see in some qualitative analysis of salts. You see the calcium ion gives red color, barium green. So in that case electron is emitted. It can remain within the atom itself, or it can go out of the atom, making it ion. Now you see he calculated, as I said, the total energy in a particular orbit given by some minus some constant Z square upon n square. How to calculate the difference in energy of the different orbits? Say if electron jumps from second orbit to 1 by emitting radiation, or it absorbs energy and goes to from first to second, third, fourth, how to calculate that energy? That also is very important, and that we have shown you here, that from n6 to 1, that is the energy, and we calculate energy of final state to energy of initial state, and still it is E1 energy of final state, that is from 6th to 1st. You can calculate from 1st to 6th also. What will be that? 1st to 6th will be absorption, and 6 to 1 will be emission. Understand? So sign will be different. See here sign is negative. It means it is emitting energy, and if it plus, then it is absorbing energy. That sign also you must, as I told you about the units of these constants and the other quantities, you must pay attention to the sign also. Now I have given one numerical where you have to calculate the wavelength of light that must be absorbed by a hydrogen atom in its ground state to reach the excited state. See, this is the absorption. Earlier was emission. Now here what is the sign? Positive. Okay. So positive sign indicates that system has gained energy. Wavelength of light must be absorbed to produce this change. So this difference is very important. Absorption and emission. What are, let us summarize that very important points about Bohr which you must remember, and multiple choice questions can be asked on those actually points. Model correctly fits the quantized energy levels of hydrogen atom as inferred from its emission spectrum. Is it applicable to atoms different than hydrogen? No, it is not applicable. So the question can be asked that because Bohr calculated only for hydrogen atom. As the electron becomes more tightly bound, its energy becomes more negative relative to the zero energy reference state. That is, as the electron is brought closer to the nucleus, energy is released from the system. That was the conclusion derived by the Bohr. Now these I have given the parameter you must remember. If Bohr radius, then this is r niche n, that is the radius of nth orbit, that is equal to n square s square upon 4 pi to me square z. Z is the atomic number. So Bohr energy and Bohr velocity also is very important. Bohr velocity also, there are many numericals or multiple choice questions on Bohr velocity. You see here this is 2 pi z e square. This here is a exponential form, here upon nh, here also exponential form, z square, n square h square. So like that, understand, you write, but here we could not write in the exponential form, but these formulas are given also in your this booklet also. Now this is the general formula, which is, this is the constant and this final initial. Important thing to remember is that this is the final orbit and this is the initial orbit. This the same numerical which you can calculate, that calculate the minimum energy required to remove the electron from a hydrogen atom in its ground state. That ground state means first orbit. Ground state means first orbit, and infinity means the atom moves out of the atom. Electron moves out of the atom. It means it is no longer bound to the atom. So atom becomes ion. So this is the, then we take the last orbit as infinity. Now how did Bohr, let us take stock of Bohr model. See, when Bohr's model was applied to atoms other than hydrogen, it did not work at all. See, that is the limitation, that Bohr's model was applicable to the hydrogen atom only. Although some attempts were made to adapt the model using elliptical orbits, that is Sommerfeld model, elliptical model, which we have not mentioned, it was concluded that Bohr's model is fundamentally incorrect. The model is, however, very important historically because it shows that observed quantization of energy in atoms can be explained by making rather simple assumptions. That is the beauty of Bohr model, the simple assumptions he made, and he could explain the line spectrum of gases. And that's why I told you that is known as old quantum theory. Bohr's theory was known as old quantum theory. The current theory of atomic structure is no way derived from Bohr model. That is the electrons do not move around the nucleus in circular orbits. So that was the first basic assumption of Bohr, that electron moves around circular. He explained that the stationary waves can be fitted in the circular orbits suggested by Bohr in a whole number. That is the concept given by de Broglie, because he said that the lambda is equal to h upon mv. Lambda is equal to h upon v by the electron. Now we come to now the development of new quantum theory. That's very important now. These are all now theoretical results. Earlier we saw that explanation were based on the experimental observations. Here you see, here we saw, say, mathematical formula of de Broglie, lambda is equal to h upon mv. So the Schrodinger proposed a wave function of the coordinates x, y, z of the electron's position in three-dimensional space called the Hamiltonian, and represents a set of mathematical instructions called an operator. This is the operator, and this is the function that acts on a function to produce another function here. This is the energy of that function. So he proposed that solution of the Schrodinger equation is not is beyond our scope. So we will skip that, but salient features we will discuss of this new quantum model. The wave function multiplied by the constant E, which represents the total energy of the atom, sum of the potential energy and the kinetic energy of the moving electron. This is the total energy E. When the equation is analyzed, many solutions are found. Each solution consists of a wave function psi that is characterized by a particular value of E. What does this mean? That this Schrodinger equation gave solutions in a quantized manner, that is, that value came as E1, E2, E3, E4, not in between. So a specific wave function for a given electron is often called an orbital. So what is the difference between now orbit and orbital? That orbit, as defined by Bohr, was a kind of a fixed path, circular fixed path, but here orbital is characterized by a wave function, and wave function, as you know, cannot be a fixed circular path. We will go into detail about this wave function. Now wave function corresponding to the lowest energy for the hydrogen atom is called the first s orbital. He arrived a first function with the lowest energy, and that he called the 1s orbital. And orbital is not a, that I mentioned, that not Bohr orbit. This is a functional kind of a statement which we are saying, that orbital is in the form of a function, and the electron in the hydrogen first orbital is not moving around the nucleus in a circular orbit. That also is not true. Heisenberg discovered a very important principle in 1927 that helps us to understand the meaning of orbitals, and let us see what is that. You see, for a very small particles, it's very difficult to know exactly the position and the momentum. That was the contribution made by the Heisenberg, and that a step forward for development of new quantum theory. And mathematically he saw this relation, that delta x into delta p, that is a change in the position multiplied by change in momentum, is greater than equal to h bar upon 2. H bar is h upon 2 pi. This is h upon 2 pi. We can write in short like this also. In some books you can find this symbol, and this is nothing but h upon 2 pi. And now where delta x is the uncertainty in a particle's position, delta p is the uncertainty in a particle's momentum. So these are the changes, that is uncertainties, which we call, and h is Planck's constant, that h upon 2 pi. More precisely we know a particle position, the less precisely we can know its momentum, and vice versa. In classical theory, just like if you throw a ball, it's easy to determine both the position and the momentum, that is the velocity of those particles. But when subatomic particles like electron, it's very difficult, because experimentally you can determine the moment you bombard the electron, you can determine position but not the velocity, or you can determine the velocity or momentum but not the position, because it is disturbed. So this is the minimum. Hydrogen atom has a radius of 0.05 nanometer, assuming that we know the position of an electron to an accuracy of 1% of the hydrogen radius, calculate the uncertainty in the velocity of the electron using the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Then compare this value with the uncertainty in the velocity of a ball, as I gave you with the dual nature, that lambda h is equal to lambda is equal to h upon 4 pi. Similarly, we can calculate the uncertainty in the position and the momentum of a subatomic particles and a ball also. That a numerical actually is just to give the values for that. We can say that for subatomic electron, you see, this is the value 1.05 10 raised to minus 22 kilogram meter per second. This is the uncertainty in the momentum. Now, what is in a electron uncertainty in delta V, that is the velocity? This is this 1 into 10 raised to power 8 meter per second. So, this you can compare with a uncertainty. Now, for the ball, let us say, for the ball, you see this uncertainty in velocity is this one. See, very small. Earlier, what did you do? You see, it was 10 to the power very, uncertainty was very, very large, and in the case of ball, this is very small. So, we can precisely determine both position and. So, this numerical I gave you to compare the uncertainties with the subatomic particle and the bigger particle. Now, we come to Schrodinger equations solution. We just compare now some features of Schrodinger equation. We will not go in detail mathematically, but let us see the psi function we define as A sin kx satisfy the Schrodinger equation, that is H psi is equal to E psi. That, and boundary conditions were 0 psi at 0 position 0, and at the end of one the fixed there, as I told you, this spring, that first position, second position, they are kind of enclosed in a closed container, and they are not just free, they are bound. Boundary condition means that first condition and the second end condition, they are fixed. So, both are having the function at initial stage and final stage as 0. And the total probability of finding particle in a box, we are considering now one dimensional box. This function is one dimensional. Its total probability of finding the particle in a box must be 1, because it is inside the box. So, probability will be 1. So, this is the actually the value psi square. If we square it, then this is 1. So, in all these functions actually probability is measured as square of the function. When you square of the function, integrate it, and it gives the probability of that particle in that system. Now, one wall, if we have two walls, well, just like this wall and this wall, like that, particle in a one dimension. We are considering now one dimension. So, the sine function is 0 at 0, pi, 2 pi and so on, and the function is 0 when x is equal to 0. The other wall, k is limited to the values of n pi upon L, well, this one, because these values, they came from which I showed you earlier, that they are the multiples of wavelength, that I showed you, n is equal to 4, 5, like that. It cannot be a non-integer, it can be only integer. That is why I just say that it can be 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like that, 1, 2, 3, 4. They are quantized. So, they are the fixed number of wavelength, not in fraction, just like 1 lambda, 2 lambda, 3 lambda, 4 lambda, like that. Total probability of finding the particle in the box, as I mentioned earlier, that was the 1. We can now substitute the values of this function here and find out the value of A, that is at the parameter. A is 2 upon L. L was the length of the box. So psi x was when we wrote in terms of unknown parameters. Now we calculated that this is 2 upon L sin n pi L upon x. X is the kind of a linear function. So this we arrived at the solution of Schrodinger equation for particle in a box. Now we can calculate the total energy for that part. So this energy comes as h square k square upon 2m, and now we can put the values. So these are the values of E square for particle in a box. So can you remember this relationship? Can you remember this relationship for particle in a one box? And can you compare this with the earlier Bohr of what was the Bohr value of E? That you can see that this comes out to be similar to that. Now you see we can have different energy states. For example, psi 1 n is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4 different energies, 1, 2, 3, 4 like this. So this is the beauty of Schrodinger equation, that it gives clearly the values of energies of different orbitals. But now we have considering it in one dimension only. Again let us say this particle in a one dimensional box. You can say this and changing wave function for the first 3 levels plotted as function of x. Note that the maximum value is this one. The square of the wave function for the first 3 levels plotted as x, this is this square. Okay. Now you must remember, this is very important to understand. This is the psi function. Psi function is, you see, positive and this is negative. So and what is this? This is node, which is node. In a function, this is node. So here, but probability is when we square the function, and here you can see this is all positive. Okay, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 1, 2, 3 means 1 orbital, 2 orbital, 3 orbital, like that. You can see the many orbitals, and each orbital has kind of a function related with that. So these functions you don't remember, only you have to remember the physical significance of these functions. See, first function E1 energy like this, this is the 2, this is the full wavelength like that. This is one dimension. Now we are coming to 3 dimensions. You see hydrogen atom. Now electron of the hydrogen atom moves in 3 dimensions. You see, it's not, now hypothetically we considered particle in a box, that is 1 dimension. Now in hydrogen there are 3 dimensions, that is x, y and z. So potential because of its attraction to the positive nucleus at the atom center. So it consists of 2 terms, that is potential energy and kinetic energy, because it moves. Electron is bound to the nucleus, positive charge, it has potential energy. Electron moves, it has kinetic energy. So there are 2 types of energies for the electron in the atom that we have to take into consideration for calculation of energy levels. And another important thing is that this function psi for the hydrogen consisting of this radius and this is theta psi. So these are actually the radial function, means this goes like this, radius from nucleus to further, and these are angular function. beauty of this function is that RR can be separated. See, if the function was not separable, then we could not obtain the solutions of the various energy levels and various functions. The beauty of this is that this is separable. RR is separable and this also is separate too. This is the radius this is the orientation it gives. So, we are coming closer to the quantum numbers. Yeah, in contrast to the particle in one dimensional box, where one quantum number emerges from the mathematics, that was n, only n was emerging, that is 1, 2, 3, 4. Particles in a box was having energy levels 1, 2, 3, 4, just like Bohr's. But here in 3 dimension another effect comes where it gives rise to 3 quantum numbers. You see, because R, as I told you, R, that is the position, and angular the function was there. So, naturally these functions give rise to 3 quantum numbers. One n principal quantum number given by R function and L quantum number given by the another orbital function and another magnetic ML magnetic quantum number was given also by that. Further solution of that wave function gave 3rd quantum number. So, Schrodinger equation gave us 3 quantum numbers, whereas Bohr's model gave us only 1 quantum number. Particle in a box also gave us 1 quantum. Quantum number, what do you mean by quantum number? Quantum number is the number which characterizes the state of the electron in a quantized state of the electron. Quantum means it is not continuous, quantum state of the, and they are the 3 quantum number obtained by the Schrodinger equation theoretically, and they are n, l, m, l. L is niche, is a subscript. N is the principal quantum number, L is the angular momentum quantum number, m, l magnetic quantum number. This gives the energy of the orbitals, that is the first, second, third shell, subshells we call it, and this gives the angular momentum, and of magnetic quantum number gives us the orientation of that electron towards in that subshell, p subshell, let us call d subshell or whatever we will call it later. See, here also we obtained the energy z square upon n square by the Schrodinger equation also. This is very important because energies are similar to Bohr's energies. Now, what are the effects? We have to remember energy of the electron depends only on the principal quantum number. Since n is restricted to integer values, hydrogen electron can assume only discrete energy values. That is quantum number which we are mentioning as in Bohr. Energy levels are quantized similar to Bohr. Exactly the same equation for energy as obtained in the Bohr model. So, the facts, they are similar to Bohr model because he also said that they are quantized N1, N2, N3, N4 like that. So, nothing new so far. Now, you see, this is the, you do not have to remember all these wave functions, but I mentioned here to tell you about the different orbital functions. How did they arrive? You see, first S orbital was arrived by this wave function because they were solutions to the Schrodinger equation was that many functions were derived from that. So, first orbital, this is the wave function, 2s, this is the wave function, 2p, this is the L, and magnetic quantum number plus 1. That you remember that n is equal to 1, L 0, ML 0, 1s like that. So, 2p, 3s. All these wave functions, they are derivable and you can plot it and can know the shapes of different orbitals. That is the beauty of Schrodinger wave equation solution. Now, another important point about the wave function is that, as I told you earlier, what is the physical meaning of wave function. Since we saw in the particle in a box that position of the electron was given by the square of the function, because it was the probability square of the function evaluated at a particular point in space indicates that probability of finding an electron near that point. This is the probability. Now we comes not the fixed position but the probability of finding, just like Heisenberg principle, that we cannot determine simultaneously the position and the momentum of the electron, subatomic particles. So we call it now the probability of finding the electron, position of that electron. Is the ratio of probabilities of finding the electron in the very small volume element of dV around points 1 and 2. See, around point 1 and 2. This is the probability, normalized square function. The square of the wave function is most conveniently represented as probability distribution in which the intensity of color is used to indicate the probability value at a given point in space. That next we saw, you see this one. See, you can see that this is the nucleus and here first orbit like this, then the intensity goes down, down, down. So we now talk of probability in terms of the position of the electron, that this is a 90% possibility is there that electron will be at this place. This is the 30% probability will be there, the electron will be at this place. So electron is kind of a not moving in a fixed orbit, but it wanders around like that. So it's the probability of finding that particular place in a zigzag manner. The probability distribution for the hydrogen in first orbital like this. The probability distribution of electron at points along a line drawn outward from the nucleus in any direction for the hydrogen s orbital is, now we will see. This is the probability. See, it decreases finally. Here this is the maximum around the nucleus, first orbit, first s. Understand? This is distance from the nucleus. As the distance increases, the probability of finding the electron decreases. This is the very important point which we have to remember for the electron. Now, as I mentioned earlier, that the wave function for an electron can be broken into two parts. One is the radial part, another is the angular part, and our quantum numbers comes from that. Now you see first orbital, we don't call it orbit now. Orbital probability is divided into successive thin spherical levels. That's as I showed you earlier. Now this is the 90%, then is decreasing like that. The radial probability distribution, a plot of the total probability of finding the electron in each thin spherical shell as a function of distance from the nucleus. We cut it like the thin shells and we plot it like this. So this is the probability. We find that from the nucleus, goes into maximum and then it decreases. So this I was considering not as wave function, but it was square of the wave function. That was this square, very important point to remember. This was the probability square of the wave function, not the wave function itself. Wave function goes from positive to negative. Here first s orbit, this is the maximum, and radial probability is 4 pi r square, this is the function r square. So that in most of the books it will be confusing that they plot it as psi, not psi square. But you must remember that this is the radial probability, that is psi square, and that comes out to in a surface area, 4 pi r square, as a cross section of surface. Shells like that. Shells, in the shells, this is not the volume, this is the surface area of that spherical shell. So we divide the sphere into spherical shells like this. So each spherical shell is representing by 4 pi r square. This is the spherical area. Now we have radial distribution curves for each orbital, that is first s, 2s, 2p, like that. All these orbitals we can have the curves drawn for that. Probability of finding the electrons at the origin is 0, that you all know. Never be found at the nucleus, that is obvious. That at the, why it is not found? Because the force of it will go into the nucleus. So there is a minimum centrifugal force. The distance for maximum probability in an orbital increases with the value of n. Total number of peaks in the curves for SPD orbitals is equal to n, n minus 1, n minus 2, that I will come later. For 2s electron, the values of r is 0 at r is equal to 0, that is at nucleus. That also 2s also is 0, falls to 0 again at this. That I was mentioning about the nodes, that will come to that, which the probability of finding the electron is 0, called the node or nodal plane or nodal surface. Very important. This is node. What? How do you define node or nodal plane or nodal surface? That at nodes the probability of finding the electron is 0. This is the probability also 0. And what about wave function? Wave function also is 0. That is crosses. I told you, no, wave function goes like this. So at the where it is at 0, it crosses, that is the node. And now we can have the number of radial or spherical nodes is n minus l minus 1, number of angular nodes is equal to 1, and total number of nodes is n minus l. That for s you can calculate, for p you can calculate how many nodes will be there. For 2s also you can calculate, so how many nodes. So in question can be asked that you can give the option and how many nodes are there for this particular kind of orbital, whether 2s, 3s, 3p, like that. So that's very important relationship you must remember. Well, one question is asked about the nodes, and this radial or spherical nodes n minus l minus 1, and planar nodes l, and total number n minus l. So that now we come to hydrogen first s orbital, and maximum radial probability occurs at distance of this. This is the Bohr's radius also. You must remember, 90% that resembles Bohr's. This is nanometer. And what will be in angstrom? There. So angstrom is 10 to the power minus 8 centimeter, and nanometer is 10 to the power minus 9. So that all these actually relationship you must remember, because it is very important. The question of different physical activity, physical quantities will be, units will be different. So you must remember, you have to convert those units compatible with the formula. Now what is the difference? In Bohr's model, the electron is assumed to have a circular path, so is always found at this distance that I mentioned, because this was fixed. See, fixed position was fixed in Bohr model. In the wave mechanical model or quantum model, the specific electron motions are unknown because uncertainty is there. Therefore, this is the most probable distance at which the electron is found. So position we have just talked about in terms of probability, not in terms of fixed. So this is the most probable, that is the maximum kind of a distance. The normally accepted arbitrary definition of the size of the hydrogen mass s orbital is the radius of the sphere that encloses 90% of the total electron probability. This is the definition of Bohr's radius. It's not that Bohr radius is this defined as this. So we talk of Bohr's radius in terms of electron probability, that is a maximum probability. Now again we are now coming to quantum numbers, that n can have 1, 2, 3, that is integers related to the size and energy of the orbital. As n increases, the orbital becomes larger and the electron spends more time further from the nucleus. I mean, larger is there, so probability of finding the electron from the nucleus increases. Electron is less tightly bound to the nucleus and the energy is less negative. This is the actually the characteristics of principal quantum number. You must remember this, because question can be asked about that the further the electron from the nucleus, then greater is the energy. That it can be asked, or less is the energy, like that. So that you have to talk in terms of energy, whether this is less negative or positive. Now the second angular quantum number. Now we are coming to the physical significance of these quantum numbers. First I told you about the principal quantum number. Now I come to the angular momentum quantum number L. Can have integer values from 0 to n minus 1. That is, for n is equal to 1, what is the value of L? 0. There is no p orbital. And for n is equal to 2, that is 0 and 1, each value for it is related to the angular momentum of an electron in a given orbital. The dependence of the wave function on Ln determines the shape of the atomic orbital. So this quantum number L determines the shape of the orbital. The value of L for a particular orbital is commonly assigned a letter L and is called L is equal to 0 called S, L1 is called P, L2 is called D, L3 is called F, L4 is called G, H, I, J, and K is not there. So like that it is called. Now third quantum number is magnetic quantum number, that is ML, subscript ML, the niche subscript, can have integer values between L and minus L including 0. So for L is equal to 1, what is the value of ML? 1, 0, minus 1. And what does this signify? This relates to the orientation in the space of angular momentum associated with the orbital. Just like you have the angular momentum direction, and this direction is specified by this quantum number, whether this is at a particular angle or this is along the axis, like that. So these are different orientation of this angular momentum quantum number. See, there are many,
Because this denotes the principal quantum number. We don't specify along with only S, P, D, F, G. You have to specify the subshell along with the principal quantum number. 5S, 5P, 5D, 5F, 5G. Now you see you have all these orbital designation in a hydrogen atom, principal quantum number, L quantum number, and then ML, number of orbitals, also like that. So this kind of a table you can build for number of shells, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, also 6, 7, 8. That. Now the spin quantum number, again based on experimental evidence. It is not the solution of Schrodinger equation. It came as a separate one. It's very important to remember that experimental evidence like the hydrogen fine structure. What do you mean by fine structure? That
the splitting of lines further in a very finer detail in
a magnetic field or electric field, that Stern-Garlick experiment suggests that an electron has an intrinsic angular momentum. Just like orbital angular momentum, spin has its own spin along its own axis, either clockwise or anti-clockwise. It's not orbital is like this, but spin also on its own axis. So independent of its orbital angular momentum. These experiments suggest that two possible states for this angular momentum and following pattern of quantized angular momentum, this requires an angular momentum number 1 half quantum, that is arbitrary. With this evidence, we say that electron has spin one half, and angular momentum and magnetic moment could indeed arise from a spinning sphere of charge. This was from classical mechanical. But this classical picture cannot fit the size or quantized nature of the electron spin. The property called electron spin must be considered to be quantum concept without detailed classical analogy. So it was, although its momentum was associated with the spin of that object, but here in the classical we are not taking the classical sense, but half we are taking the only the quantized state. And what is the value of spin angular momentum? S into S plus 1 under root 2h. And spin quantum number is either plus half or minus half. Gives rise to magnetic properties. If there are two electrons in any orbital with opposite spin, the magnetic moment will be cancelled. It will be diamagnetic. If there is a single electron in an orbital, it is paramagnetic because it has magnetic moment. Because it rotates either clockwise or anti-clockwise. If there are two electrons in an orbital, one spins clockwise and the spin anti-clockwise, so the angular momentum of the spin cancels out. So it becomes zero. So it becomes diamagnetic. So paired electrons, if any atom has paired electrons in all the subshells, then it is diamagnetic. If it has one electron, then it is paramagnetic. So we can calculate the magnetic moment. Numerical also, or the objective type questions are also given on the magnetic moment. That is n into n plus 2 under root Bohr magnet. So this is the formula you should remember, n into n plus 2, where n is the number of unpaired electrons, and this is total spin angular momentum. And if substituted by L plus 1, this is total angular momentum. The spin is S, angular momentum is L. So formula is similar. Now we are considering different orbitals of hydrogen, and we are representing these because we need representation. So we represent each orbital as a sphere like this, and degeneracy, that is 1, 2, 3. There are 3 p orbitals like this. So arrow represents a particular electron spin state. So if this arrow is upward, then this is plus half. If this arrow is downward, then this is minus. So we have this kind of a notations for representing the electron distribution in different orbitals. Now another principle came for building up of the electrons in the atom. So because they have different energies, electrons in different subshells have different energies. So how to build the electrons in kind of increasing energy. So lowest energy is in first S. As protons are added one by one to the nucleus to build up the elements, electrons are similarly added to these atomic orbitals, just to build up the atomic electronic configuration, that we call it. What are the assumptions made by Bohr? All Bohr principle. All atoms have orbitals similar to those that have been described for the hydrogen atom. First, that as in the previous slide I told you, I showed you these are these. All these. Now these are important points to remember. The order of increase of energy can be calculated from n plus Lv. N is the principal quantum number, L is the angular quantum number. The lower the value of n plus 1 for an orbital, the lower is its energy. So that some questions are asked about that. Number of combinations are given for different orbitals, and you have to arrange that these orbitals have increasing energy or levels or decreasing. So here I gave one example, 3D and 4s. Out of 3D and 4s, which orbital will have less energy? Will come first. Because as per n plus l, h plus n is 3 and l is 2. So for 3D is 5, 4s is 4 plus 0. So 4 is lower. So 4s will come before 3D. So it's not that 3D 4 like that. It is not arranged according to the principal quantum number. And this also arrow up. This cannot be the state. So all the 4 quantum numbers have to be different for all the electrons. No 2 electrons can have same quantum number, 4 set of. That also you must remember. No 2 electrons can have same set of 4 quantum numbers. That is, that they must have different quantum numbers. 3 quantum numbers n, l, m can be the same, but they must differ in the spin quantum number. So that's why we have shown here 1/2 in the one direction and second in the opposite direction. So plus half and minus half. So similarly, for all these subcells, we can fill the electrons, but each of these subcells will have only 2 electrons with opposite spins. This is opposite spins. Now another principle comes. For example, if we have a situation where another empty orbital is available to the electron, then what is the situation there? So the lowest energy is the one having the maximum number of unpaired electrons. That is another criteria we are considering for the lowest energy. That is, number of unpaired electrons should be the maximum in a particular set of degenerate orbitals. What do you mean by degenerate orbitals? For an atom with unfilled or subshells, the lowest energy is achieved by electrons occupying separate orbitals. 2 electrons in a particular orbital feel greater repulsion. That's why the filling or equal energy pairing of electrons is avoided. If 2 electrons are crowded and if another subshell is available, then electron will prefer to go into the empty orbital. So maximum multiplicity rule, that is Hund's, like it comes into this, you see here. 2, it can have pair like this, it can have pair, but it's avoiding pairing because this is this subshell is available for this electron. So they are unpaired. So they are also unpaired. But where another addition of electron where unpairing is not possible within the same actually energy level. If energy level is the same, for example 3s, if it would have been available, then it would have gone to 3s. But 3s is energy is more than.
Finish the slide, sir.
Finish, okay. We have
2 half fields because D contains total
number of electrons 10 and half will be 5. So D orbital has 5 subshells, that is 5 degenerate orbitals. So in each orbital there are 2 electrons. So total electrons in D orbital will be 10 and in S total electrons is 2. So half will be 1 and d orbital it will be 5. So it attains the half subshell half filled orbital, that is 3d5 4s. Now similarly this is copper 29. Copper is, we come to 3d9 4s2. 3d9 4s2. Again apply the principle of full filled and half filled. So 3d9 becomes 3d10 and 4s2 becomes 4s1.
In this booklets, actually,
very limited number of questions are given based on the concepts which I covered here. You can generate your own questions. See, the biggest challenge for the students is that a question you have to answer in a specified time. It's not that you take
time at your leisure. For example, 10 questions, 10 seconds or 15 seconds or 20 seconds you have to answer. So you must practice all
sorts of combinations. For example, one question is given here like this. So you make questions on your own, asking different situations for that particular question. So that type of questions with different actually modifications of that question will help you. One question can be written in different ways, language wise also and some values wise also. So you have to try from all these angles. Language also, it may be a kind of a different, that because sometimes language problem will be there, so you will not be able to understand the question, and some and post it or email, or there are provisions, you are told that you can have these difficulties posted on the website or any other medium
where you are actually told, then we will try to answer your queries or confusions or difficulty in the next session. That is
the way it will work. But you must actually come up with difficulties, otherwise it is very difficult to understand a particular type of topic and the concept. I suggest you go through all these concepts and the questions and have the difficulties listed so that the other students also
will be benefited. So what one question, I will take the opportunity to discuss one question which actually I happened to ask before the session, that on page 6 of your booklet, that is the question number 8.
And on page 8, question number 15. So how to go about that? What I suggest is that you don't mug up the answer or just don't try to guess. You use the formulas and then derive the answer. If you do practice like this, then you will be able to answer very correct answer. Otherwise, you see, in guessing, the negative marking will be there. So don't guess any answer. Just try to calculate. So in this, you see, what radius you have to remember the will come to the correct question, correct answer. And what will be the correct answer? It will be on page 6, this will be D, that n square upon z
Is equivalent to hydrogen radius. If it is not equal to 1, then it is not equivalent to hydrogen radius. Electron in the first orbit of hydrogen. So that type of, and actually
the IITs, they are kind of high order skills are there, where you don't have to just answer multiple type questions. You have to have some statements also, and some draw you have to make. So it means you don't have to just tick, you have to just precisely answer these questions. Any difficulty regarding the quantum mechanics? You can just mention, we can explain.
have you all gone through these booklets?
So what I request you, that on you see coming further, no? So you should practice the topics at home. That it will be better to understand the concepts and go through these booklets, whatever the topics are to be covered, and try to frame questions in a manner I told you, that because they are limited and there is not necessary that these questions will be there. There can be many permutation and combinations of the questions, but concepts are same. On the same concepts, there can be number of questions, language wise or some values wise, like that. So you come prepared, try to have a question bank. Three S, 4S, like that. You can not only 1S you go, you can have 1S, 2S, 3S, 4S. So you generalize things so that you can actually have the concept related with the radial distribution, nodes of that particular orbital, and the size of this the orbits, size of the orbital, that is shapes will give you the nodes also in picture and the size also. So that way you expand your concepts, because you see in these competitive exams a concept is the same, but understanding level of that concept is being tested. So how to increase the understanding level of that concept is to frame your own questions in different type of situations, in different arrangements. That way you will become comfortable with concepts.
नहीं किया जा सकता. देयर आर मैनी टॉपिक्स लाइक दैट. मैथमेटिक्स में भी कंकरेंट है. कंकरेंट का मतलब ये है कि देयर आर, एंड यू यूज इट इन लाइन, you also use it in equations. You also use it in equation. So अगर हमारे पास मैथमेटिक्स में 3 लाइनें हैं, unless they agree upon something, they cannot be called concurrent. Or something, what do they have to agree on? Lines are made up of points. So point पे agree करना पड़ेगा उनको. तो इसका मतलब एक पॉइंट जब तक तीनों लाइंस में कॉमन नहीं है, वो लाइन कंकरेंट नहीं होंगी. दो लाइनें, दे ऑलवेज आइदर दे डोंट मीट और दे मीट एट अ सिंगल पॉइंट. सिमिलरली द अदर 2 लाइंस विल आइदर वोंट मीट और मीट एट अ सिंगल पॉइंट. इफ दोज 2 पॉइंट्स आर सेम, तो तीनों लाइनें एक ही पॉइंट से पास कर रही हैं, इसलिए कंकरेंट होगी. सो अनलेस यू अंडरस्टैंड द मीनिंग ऑफ द वर्ड कंकरेंट, आप क्वेश्चन ही नहीं कर पाओगे कंकरेंट का. सो प्लीज, दिस इज a general thing that I am talking to you until we get ready, so that you should understand the actual meaning. और जितनी जल्दी आपको चीज़ें समझ में आएंगी, जितनी ज़्यादा समझ में आएंगी, उतने आप you will be better in the subject that you will be learning. So I'll try to explain all possible definitions. इसलिए definitions आती हैं. Mathematics contains some things which we assume, जिससे हम start करते हैं. क्या बोलते हैं उनको? What do we call them? जो हम assume कर लेते हैं. सबसे पहले पढ़ते हैं. That's also an English word, axiom. Axiom is obvious truth. That is the meaning of the word axiom. तो उनको axiom बोलते हैं जो हम मान के चलते हैं. जैसे whatever that may be, that's an axiom. Then of course we will start giving definitions of various words which we will be using in mathematics. They are our building blocks. ईंट है ना जैसे, वो वैसे ही हैं, exactly like that. They are our building blocks, and on those building blocks we construct our structure. Coordinate geometry is, I'm going to teach you, as part of that it will be a straight line that I will start with. You all know what a straight line is. Consists of points only, collection of points which satisfy a particular criteria. What is that criteria? If 2 points, I take 2 points and join them by a line segment, that line segment will lie on that particular line, on that particular curve. Only then it is a line. अगर मैं एक सर्कल का कर्व ले लूँ और if I take 2 points on it and I join them, it will not lie on the circle. So circle is not a straight line. The arc of a circle is not a straight line. That will be the first thing that you should understand about a straight line. और coordinate geometry में, you know, we have x-axis and y-axis. You already know that. And they are at right angles. लेकिन आप इतना समझिए, you should understand this, कि मुझे वो right angle लेने की जरूरत नहीं है. I can take any 2 lines which meet at a point and they can serve as x-axis and y-axis. But when they are at 90 degree, things become easy to calculate. इसलिए 90 लिया हुआ है. But they don't have to be 90 and you don't have to worry about it. For you, it will always be 90 degree angle between x-axis and y-axis. If I make angle 60 degree, वो दोनों लाइनें भी काम चलेंगी. Equation is different. Equations will become different. But it will still work. But it works wonderfully well when we have 90 degree. And that's why we are sticking to 90 degree, that those 2 lines are 90 degree. But what do these 2 lines do? It divides the plane, you know what a plane is, into 4 parts. What are those 4 parts called? Quadrants. First quadrant, second quadrant, third quadrant and fourth quadrant. And every point in the plane will then have a representation, a unique representation. What is that unique representation? XY. XY, and for every and this must be ordered pair. Do you know what is an ordered pair? What is an ordered pair? What does it? It means पहले ये आएगा, बाद में ये आएगा. That's the meaning of the word order. Hierarchy जिसको बोलते हैं ना. तो ordered pair means it is a pair in which the order is defined. First will come this and then will come this. So first will always be the x coordinate and second will always be the y coordinate. That's why it's an ordered pair. For every point in the plane there is a unique ordered pair, and for every ordered pair there is a unique point. It's a 1-1 correspondence between them. What we will be interested in is if there are a number of points which lie on a curve. First thing is straight line. Are x and y related in such a way that I can write an equation so that every point on that line satisfies that equation? That is the thing that we are going to study. There may be some collection of points for which I cannot write an equation, but there are certain types for which I am able to write an equation, and one of them is the straight line. But let us see, before we do that, I must do a certain few definitions. What is it we have? So first thing is, what do we mean by inclination of a line? Once we have a line, obviously it may be of different shape, it may be having a certain orientation. So what is the inclination of a line? So remember, we have an origin, we have a positive direction of x-axis, real line आपने पढ़ी हुई है, for positive direction of x-axis, a positive direction of y-axis which is upwards, negative direction of y-axis which is downwards, and negative direction of x-axis which is leftwards. All measurements of angle will start from the x-axis, positive direction of x-axis, and will move anti-clockwise. You know what is anti-clockwise? Anti-clockwise is a direction opposite in which the hands of the clock move. So hands of the clock move from right to left, this will be from left to right. So the angle of inclination, or simply an inclination of a line, is the angle theta made by the line with the positive direction of x-axis. And we must begin from the x-axis, not from the line. Many times students make this mistake. क्या फर्क पड़ता है जी, ऊपर से चलो? No. Angle when measured from the line to the x-axis will be negative if it is moving in the clockwise direction. Otherwise, if you are moving from the line, then you will have to move anti-clockwise and then come back to the x-axis. तो पूरा लंबा चक्कर लगा के आना पड़ेगा. That will be a correct positive angle, but that will be 360 minus the angle that we have. So therefore, this is the meaning of the word inclination. So when you are asked what is the inclination of the line, you should measure the angle in the counterclockwise direction from the x-axis to that line and call that particular angle as the inclination. The next word is the slope. If theta is the inclination, which means starting from the x-axis towards the line L, if theta is this, then you are familiar with tan theta. Tan theta is called the slope, or the second word used is gradient. Gradient also means slope. If you look up the dictionary, you should develop this habit of looking up into the dictionary. कोई शर्म की बात नहीं है, बहुत चीज़ें मुझे भी नहीं आती, बहुतों को नहीं आती. So therefore, whenever I don't understand something, I take the help of the dictionary. So that is the gradient of a line L, tangent of the angle that the line makes with the positive direction of the x-axis. That will be the slope. We have a symbol for this. You know the symbol? Mostly we use the symbol M. M is used for slope most of the time. But there is no hard and fast rule. Keep one more thing in mind. You should not be slaves of the symbol. कई बार क्या होता है कि भाई PQR की जगह एग्जाम में ABC आ गया और आपने PQR पढ़ा हुआ है, आप प्रूफ में PQR ही लिखे जा रहे हो, you know, without realizing that it is ABC. This happens. Many times this happens, you know. आपको टीचर्स ने कई बार दिखाया भी होगा कि क्वेश्चन तो ABC ट्रायंगल है और आपने PQR लिखा हुआ है, या क्वेश्चन तो PQR है और आपने ABC लिखा हुआ है. That's because you are slave of the symbols. No, it doesn't matter what the symbols are. You should be familiar with the actual topic that we are talking about. Then we have different types of lines. Horizontal line. A line which is parallel to the x-axis is called a horizontal line, and a line which is parallel to the y-axis is called a vertical line. An oblique line is a line which is neither parallel to x-axis nor to the y-axis. So what is the slope of the line parallel to x-axis? 0. Because the line parallel to axis makes an angle 0 with the x-axis, and therefore tan 0 is 0. And the line which is parallel to y-axis, undefined. Some people use the word infinity. Please do not use the word infinity. Infinity is not a word, is not a number. Infinity is not a number, and therefore the moment infinity comes, you should say not defined. That is the term which should be kept in mind rather than using the word infinity. This you already know, so I don't think that I need to do that. This is something now we should know and remember. Slope of a line which passes through 2 points. You know, a unique line passes through 2 points. If we are given those 2 points, one is x1 y1 and the other is x2 y2, then what is the slope of the line which passes through P and Q? Please understand the difference between line and line segment. We are not talking about P and Q only. We will join P and Q and then extend it on both sides. That is what line will be. Line passing through P and Q. Line segment PQ will begin at P and end at Q, or begin at Q and end at P. Finish. It will not go beyond Q on that other side, and it will not go beyond P on this side, away from Q. So line segment and line are two different things. Line is infinity, extending on either side without any restriction, and we want to find the slope. You know this formula, you are familiar with this. There is no need for me to do the proof of this because I can show it to you, the proof. कैसे proof है इसका? देखो जल्दी से. We will simply join this, drop parallel here and draw perpendicular here. जल्दी जल्दी कर देते हैं. ये दो परपेंडिकुलर ड्रॉ करेंगे, एक तीसरा परपेंडिकुलर ड्रॉ करेंगे, and this angle will also be theta. Why? Corresponding angle, and that's it. So this divided by this will be tan theta, and this is the difference between this and this, that is y2 minus y1, and this is x2 minus x1, so y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1. That is the, but this you should remember now. Then there will be 2 points on the line. It should also be kept in mind, it does not make any difference which 2 points I take. Why? Why it does not matter which 2 points I take? अगर इसकी जगह मैं, if I take a point here, I will do the same thing. इसको आगे बढ़ा देंगे, ये दो triangles similar हो जाएंगे, and similar triangles the ratio remains the same. So therefore this ratio will be same as this larger ratio, and hence tan theta will have the same value whether I take the other point or I take this point or I take a point in between. यहाँ भी लेने पे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा because this smaller triangle and the larger triangle will be similar and their sides will be in the same ratio, and therefore it hardly matters which 2 points are taken. So when you want to find the slope of a line, you can take any 2 points on it and use this formula to get the slope. Now this is another word, collinearity. The moment the word co comes in any particular word, the chances are it will always mean, 99% chances are it will mean together, coordinate जैसे है. तो collinearity means एक ही लाइन में सब. That is the meaning of the word collinearity. So 3 point एक ही लाइन पर हैं. That we, how do you show that A, B and C are on the same line? There are many ways to do it. We'll see it later also. Many ways to do it. Do you know any one method?
Triangle. So by taking that triangle, proving the area 0.
Yes. One method is, you know how to find the area of a triangle whose vertices are given. You have the formula, you have already done it. You show that that area comes out to be 0. If that area is 0, then the 3 points are on a line. Or you can show that their slopes are same. You pick up any 2 points first, then you pick up the next 2 points. If the slope is same, then they are on the same line. That should be kept in mind. AB and BC, not CD. If you take CD, then they may be parallel and still have the same slope. It has to be AB and then BC, that we are moving on the joining the same ones. So that will be one way of showing if slope of AB is equal to slope of BC. I don't think I will do the proof of this. There is no need to do that. That's simple. It can be done. Let us see a few observations. This is the first one. It doesn't make any difference which point you take. This is what it shows here, that whether you are taking PQ or PR or QR, the answer will be the same. It is determined by 2 points on a line. There is no need to do that also. And the third is sign of the slope. There are two possibilities. M can be positive, slope can be positive, or slope can be negative. Positive slope and negative slope. Without looking at this, आपके दिमाग में क्या idea आता है? Gradient is positive, slope is gradient, and gradient is negative. अमेरिका में slope को यूज करते हैं rise over run. They call it rise over run. कि आप कितना दौड़े हैं और उस दौरान आप कितनी हाइट गेन आपने कर ली है, उसकी जो रेशो है दैट इज द स्लोप. जैसे मैं यहाँ से वहाँ तक चला, और क्योंकि मेरी ये लाइन तो टेढ़ी है ना जिसके ऊपर मैं चल रहा हूँ, तो मैं आगे भी जा रहा हूँ और ऊपर भी जा रहा हूँ, दोनों चीज़ें साइमल्टेनियसली हो रही हैं. तो मैं कितना ऊपर गया हूँ और कितना आगे गया हूँ, इन दोनों की जो रेशो है दैट इज स्लोप, दैट इज ग्रेडियंट. सो राइज ओवर रन, दिस इज राइज, this is rise and this is run. When I moved along this, I have risen this high and gone along this. तो gradient, अगर आपकी slope पॉजिटिव है तो आप ऊपर जा रहे हो. क्यों? क्योंकि आप आगे भी बढ़ रहे हो और ऊपर भी जा रहे हो, दोनों पॉजिटिव हैं तो दोनों की रेशियो जो है वो पॉजिटिव आएगी. या अगर ऊपर से नीचे आ रहे हैं तो आप जैसे जैसे नीचे आते जा रहे हैं वैसे वैसे जीरो के नजदीक आते जा रहे हैं, तो दोनों नेगेटिव हैं, इवन देन द रेशियो इज पॉजिटिव. सो द स्लोप विल बी पॉजिटिव. इट मींस एज यू आर गोइंग अहेड यू आर गोइंग अप. तो ये राइजिंग ग्राफ होगा उसका. द लाइन विल बी राइजिंग व्हेन द स्लोप इज पॉजिटिव एंड द लाइन विल बी फॉलिंग व्हेन द स्लोप इज नेगेटिव. जब आप नीचे आ रहे हो और जब आप नीचे आते हो तो आप हाइट कम हो रही है लेकिन डिस्टेंस बढ़ रहा है फ्रॉम द ओरिजिन, एंड दैट इज व्हाट द अदर ग्राफ विल बी. दैट विल बी द, इफ द स्लोप ऑफ अ लाइन इज पॉजिटिव द लाइन राइजेस फ्रॉम द हाइट, एंड इफ इट इज नेगेटिव देन इट इज कमिंग डाउन. In that case, this is what happens. From this height, you are moving towards this, so distance is coming less and less towards 0, and your height is coming, this is becoming greater because this is -3, this is -1, this is -2, so numbers are increasing and numbers here are decreasing. The x-axis numbers are increasing, the y-axis number are decreasing, so therefore the slope is negative. So here it is coming down and then slope is negative. So that you keep in mind. And of course, the lines can be different, makes no difference. In all these lines, you will see that the slope is positive, and in all these lines, the slope is negative, no matter where the lines are. You know the slope of parallel lines? What is the slope of parallel lines? Equal. If two lines are parallel, their slopes are equal. If the slope is equal, then the lines are parallel. Both of them make the same angle with the x-axis and positive direction of x-axis, therefore they are parallel. and if both are parallel, they make the same angle, and it means M1 is M2. And what about perpendicular? M1 into M2 is the product of the slopes is -1. Either way, अगर आपने ये दिखाना है कि ये दो लाइन परपेंडिकुलर हैं, इसका मतलब you are given the lines and therefore you can find M1, you can find M2, find out their product. If the answer is -1, they are perpendicular. If you want to find a line which is perpendicular to the other line, then you have the slope of one, then you will know what is the slope of the other from the same formula. So either way it is same. If they are perpendicular, M1 M2 must be equal to -1. If M1 into M2 is -1, they are perpendicular. What is such condition known as? अगर दोनों तरफ आंसर आ रहा हो तो it is known as if and only if. If and only if. इसका मतलब अगर if A is true, B is true, and if B is true, A is also true. All statements are not if and only if, but some are, and in our case it is if and only if. Now we come to the angle. Here are two lines, L1 and L2. Lines are mostly referred to as line L1 and line L2. This one makes an angle of alpha with the positive direction of x-axis, and this makes an angle beta with the x-axis. We want to find what is the angle between these two lines using alpha and beta. Alpha is known, it means the slope of the line L1 is known. Beta is known, therefore we know the slope of the line L2. M1 and M2 are known. This is the meaning of this. Having known M1 and M2, how to find the angle between the two lines? Is there a formula for this? Yes, there is. And let us see what is that formula. This is the angle we are looking at, theta. And you know the connection between exterior angle and interior opposite angles. We will use that. What does that say? Alpha is equal to theta plus beta. So theta will be equal to alpha minus beta. Transposition, and that gives you theta is equal to alpha minus beta. Now take tangent of both sides, because tangent gives you slope and we are looking for slope, so therefore we will use that. So what is tangent of theta? That will be tangent alpha, and now again use the formula of the right hand side. Tan alpha minus tan beta over 1 plus tan alpha tan beta. That is what is the formula. And now substitute the values. Tan theta is m1, m, if m is the slope of the line angle, and m1 and m2 are the slopes of the other. So formula is m is equal to m1 minus m2 over 1 plus m1 m2. That will be the tangent of the angle between them. If you want theta, then take tan inverse. If you want theta, then you take tan inverse. From here you will get the result when our lines parallel and when our lines perpendicular. यहाँ से वो result आएगा. We will have that result from here. How? When the lines are parallel, theta will be 0. If the two lines are parallel, then the angle between them is 0. And if theta is 0, then tan theta will also be 0. And that is possible only when m1 is m2. And if m1 is m2, then tan theta will be 0, so lines will be parallel. And if the lines are perpendicular, then theta will be 90. If theta is 90, then the denominator must be 0, because tan 90 is infinity. So denominator must be 0. So 1 plus m1 m2 is 0, which means m1 m2 is minus 1. That is the angle between them. If you want to show that these lines are perpendicular to each other, you will do the same thing. Find the slope of the first line, find the slope of the second line, and use that formula. You will be able to do it. ठीक है? So two non-vertical lines. Why? Why this condition? Two non-vertical lines. Because the slope of the vertical lines is not defined. So if I am going to define parallelism using slope, then the slope must exist. And the slope does not exist in case of vertical lines. So we are talking about only those lines which are non-vertical. They are parallel if m1 is m2, and they are perpendicular if m1 into m2 is minus 1. I think this again you can do. This is the theorem, m1 m2 is minus 1, and that example is there. Now this is something which now interests us. Line. How to write the equation of a line? We have not yet come to the equation of a line. So far we are only dealing with the geometrical portion. Okay, what is the angle? What is the slope? Angle between lines, when are lines parallel, when are lines perpendicular. Now we are going to look at the various forms of the equation of a line. Why do we need various forms? एक ही form से काम क्यों नहीं चलता? Because that should enough. You will see that there are many reasons for that. Many a times, of course, if I take one form and solve the problem using that form, I will be able to solve the problem. But the beauty of the mathematics is that it makes you efficient also. Efficiency is also very important. तो हम वो वाली लाइन यूज करेंगे जिस लाइन से आंसर बड़ी जल्दी आ जाए. Not that that's going to make any logical difference. Logically, I can use any form of the equation of the line and use whatever is given in the question, apply logic and reach the answer. Again, there are times when a particular form is more useful than a normal form or any other form, and therefore the efficiency of an student or user of mathematics lies in using that particular method which makes it more efficient. And you will always see there are long proofs and suddenly somebody comes with a short proof and that short proof becomes popular and everybody starts using that short proof. This happens across the world. It's not only in mathematics. It's happening almost in every field. Here is a solution which is very long. रास्ता ही ढूंढते रहते हो ना, शॉर्टेस्ट रूट कौन सा है. यू ऑलवेज डू दैट इन लाइफ ऑल्सो कि भाई नहीं इधर से नहीं जाएंगे, इधर जाएंगे जल्दी पहुंच जाएंगे. व्हाई आर यू लुकिंग फॉर दैट? घर तो आप इधर से भी पहुंच जाएंगे, बट समटाइम यू हैव ए रूट विच इज फास्टर, cleaner, better, safer, whatever you might call it, and therefore you take that route. And this is what we are going to do using these different forms of the equation of a line. कभी ये यूज करेंगे, कभी किसी में वो यूज कर लेंगे. Sometime I know if people as a student I also used to wonder why are we using this? उसको क्यों नहीं कर रहे? मुझे कैसे पता लगेगा कौन सा करना है, you know? And that is what the beauty is, that if you know your question well and you know various forms, you will automatically know which form will suit it best. Intercept form, मतलब क्वेश्चन ही इंटरसेप्ट मांगे हुए हैं, उसने इंटरसेप्ट मांगे हुए हैं, तो इंटरसेप्ट फॉर्म ही सबसे ज़्यादा आसान है. The moment you have that form, you will be able to write the equation. Or given the equation in intercept form, you will immediately know what is happening. So let us look at various forms. सबसे पहली form कौन सी है? I'm not going to talk about this first. सबसे आसान फॉर्म जो है, can I have the board दे दो जरा. थोड़ा सा इधर कर दो. बस ठीक है, कोई नहीं. This is an equation of a line. This is an equation. Sorry, this is the graph of a line. We notice many things here. One thing that I notice here is I know this distance, maybe c, and I know the slope, theta. Since I know theta, I know the slope of the line. I know c also. Are these two sufficient to help me find the equation of a line? You will note one thing: linear equation. Linear, line is linear. Can only one thing help me in defining a line? Suppose I say, write down the equation of a line passing through a point, or draw a line passing through a point. मैं इस बिटिया को देता हूँ, इसको देता हूँ, आप सबको मैं कहता हूँ, एक पॉइंट दे दिया मैंने आपको, ये here. Draw a line through this point. Will you get a unique answer? No, you won't get a unique answer. हर बच्चा जो लाइन ड्रॉ करेगा, it will be different from the line drawn by the another child. कोई ये ड्रॉ कर देगा, कोई दूसरा बच्चा ये ड्रॉ कर देगा, कोई तीसरा बच्चा ये ड्रॉ कर देगा, कोई चौथा बच्चा ये ड्रॉ कर देगा. All the answers are correct because all I have asked is draw a straight line passing through this point. So you have drawn it. So one particular criteria is not enough to determine the line uniquely. This is what, when in mathematics we are looking for the truth. The truth. It means everybody should arrive at that particular result. That is what we are trying to do it. And therefore, if we want a unique answer, I must give you something more. Unless I give you something more, the line will not become unique. Do I need 2 things, or do I need 3 things, or do I need 4 things? That is also something we must know beforehand. Of course, आपको ये सब चीज़ें शायद अभी नहीं ज़रूरत इनकी, but I am only informing you this so that you should understand कि हमें क्यों 2 चीज़ें चाहिए, एक से काम नहीं चलेगा. And that is why there, for example, मैं कहता हूँ कि intercept is C. This is intercept on the y-axis. Intercept is C. Is that enough for the line? No, uniquely determined नहीं. मैं एक और line यहाँ से ये this point is now given. I can keep on drawing as many lines as I want through this. All of them are having intercept C, so it won't be a unique line. So I must know something more. It makes an angle of theta with the positive direction of x-axis. Yeah, its slope is m. Now I can write down the equation of this line. If I know this, this is the first form of the equation of a line, and that is y is equal to mx plus c. Intercept slope form, that is the name of this. The slope of a line represented by the equation this, where the coefficient of x is m. And given the slope m and y-intercept of a line, we can find its equation. Now we are given 2 things, slope is given and the intercept is given. The equation can be found. अगर आप इसकी equation निकालना चाहें, we can do it, but there is no need for you to worry about it. Okay, how to find this? This is the method of finding it, that this is the point C. And you will be able to find out the equation of this line by any standard method. So m is y minus b over x. M is tan theta. Tan theta is y minus b over x, and that will give you the required equation. So this equation will be now cross multiply. So mx is equal to y minus b. All right. So C or B, here the symbol used is B, there I have used the symbol C, so that should not make any difference at all. That is the first form of the equation of the line, slope intercept form. This of course is it helps us. The moment I have this equation, I can draw the graph immediately. You see, in many questions you will have to draw the graph. How will I draw the graph? The moment I know C, I will put mark this. And if I know the angle, I will simply draw that equation and that will give me the required result. So this kind of line you can draw it very immediately, you can draw it. Second is, rather than the slope, rather than C, I am given theta, that is slope, and 1 point. This is known as point slope form. Point slope form. Equation of a line with point slope form. How will you find it out? Again, what is the formula? You remember the formula? Y is equal to y minus y1 is equal to m into x minus x1. Actually, it will start from this y minus y1 over x minus x1. This is the line, and this is the point through which it is passing. एक और point ले लीजिए xy on this. Take any other point on the line xy, and that's it. Now I have 2 points on the line. I know the formula for slope. What is the formula for slope? X minus x1, sorry, y minus y1 divided by x minus x1. That will be m. It doesn't matter which point I take on this. As we have told you, it makes no difference at all, and therefore the slope will be y minus y1 over x minus x1, and that is m. Cross multiply, and that will give you the answer. Wherever we are given a point and a slope, we will use this formula. Two-point forms. 2 points also determine a line uniquely. हर बार आप देखोगे at least 2 things must be given before I can draw the line uniquely. So 2-point form is when we are given 2 points x1 y1 and x2 y2. Can I write down the equation? The answer is yes. कैसे? I know the slope now. The moment I have 2 points, I know the slope. So m will be known. And what next? I can use this formula then. I can use this formula. Point slope form. Slope मुझे I can find the slope from this and use either this or this. दोनों में से कोई भी point use कर सकता हूँ मैं. You should try at home. Try with 1 point and then try with another point. You will get the same equation. Because sometimes students wonder, sir, why are we taking this? Why not that? So it will be better at home if you take 3, 4, 7, 8, find out the slope. One time use 3, 4 for this formula, second time use 7, 8. You will see that both times the equation will be the same. So this, what is this equation? Let's write that. क्या होगी equation जरा बताइए? Y minus y minus y1.
X minus x1 equals y2 minus y1.
Yes. So that will be y minus y1 is equal to y2 minus y1 over x2 minus x1 into x minus x1. Yes. That will be the 2-point form. And this is the intercept form. Intercept form means on the x-axis, intercept will always mean the distance between 0 and A, where the line meets the x-axis, with sign. If it is meeting in the positive direction, then the sign will be plus. If it is meeting in the negative direction, then the sign will be minus. If instead of this point it is minus A0, then the intercept will be minus a. Keep that in mind. It is the length of the intercept with sign, appropriate sign. So if a and b are the intercepts, then the equation of this line is very simple. X over a plus y over b equal to 1. X over a plus y over b equal to 1. You all know this. There is no need for me to show you why. Because you can use the 2-point form. This point is a0, that point is 0b. I know 2 points, I can use this formula and then rewrite that equation. Again, this form helps you in drawing the line very fast. The moment, if you have an equation like this, x plus y equal to 3, or 2x plus y is equal to 3, I can write it as x over 3 by 2 plus y over 3 equal to 1, and therefore the line can be drawn very easily. 3 by 2 is 1.5, and therefore this will be the equation of the line. This is why it helps you in drawing the graph of the equation very fast. X over 3 by 2 plus y over 3 is 1. So on the x-axis it is 2 by 3. I think it is the other way around, you know. One, 2, so 1.5. 1, 2, 3. So this will be the line. That will be the figure graph of the line on the x-axis and on the y-axis. We are using the same formula. Y minus y1 is equal to slope over this. Substituting the values of a, b, etc. Divide by AB. And you have this as the equation. X over a plus y over b is equal to 1. That is the equation of a line in intercept form. एक फॉर्म रह गया और कौन सा? Do you remember it or do you know it? Normal form. What is the normal form? Normal form of the equation is again two things required. Length of perpendicular from origin on the line is known, P. P alpha known. And alpha is the angle that perpendicular makes with the positive direction of x-axis. If these two things are given, can we write down the equation of the line? Now, it appears as if nothing of the line is given. लाइन का तो कुछ भी नहीं दिया हुआ ना लाइन की स्लोप दी हुई है ना लाइन का कोई पॉइंट दिया हुआ है. Nothing of the line is given. Still, two things which are somehow related with the line are known. One of them is the perpendicular distance from the origin on the line. It can be anywhere. The line can be on this side. The line can be here. The line can be here. Perpendicular distance and angle with the positive direction of x-axis. And alpha. If these two things are known, can I write down the equation of this line? And the answer is yes. We can write down the equation. क्या है ये equation? This equation is x cos alpha plus y sin alpha is equal to p. ये है ये This is what it is, and let us see. He is using the symbol omega here rather than alpha. Most of the books use alpha. So here it is omega. So find out how much is OM. We have drawn perpendicular on this. This is a right angle triangle. This is base and this is the hypotenuse. So cos omega is OM over P. Cos omega is OM over P. So OM is P cos omega. And MA, which is perpendicular, is P sin omega. So I know a point on the line. Using this P and omega, I have succeeded in finding a point on the line. P cos omega, comma P sin omega. This is a point which lies on the line. अब मुझे लाइन का एंगल चाहिए एक, ये एंगल है मेरे पास. I know this angle, so therefore I will know this angle also. ये एंगल चाहिए ना मुझे. This is the angle that the line makes with the positive direction of x-axis. This angle will be this plus this, 90 plus omega. That is what that angle is. Slope of OA is tan omega. So I can find out the slope of the perpendicular line. That is the same thing. Either I can use this angle as 90 plus omega, and then tan of this will be minus cotan omega, or I can use that this line and this line are perpendicular. If two lines are perpendicular, the product of their slope is minus 1, and therefore the slope of the line will be minus 1 over tan omega, which is minus cot omega. So line passes through this, I know slope. So point slope form, I can use the formula. I can use the formula of point slope form, and therefore cross multiply and get this as the answer. So the equation of the point slope normal form, this is known as the normal form of the equation of the line. It can be anywhere. Why the line has to be like that? The line can be like this, or the line can be like this, or it can be anywhere. In every case, the equation will come out to be same. Only angle will keep on changing. You have to make sure that you measure the angle from the positive direction of x-axis to the perpendicular distance. आप इस केस में ये angle नहीं लेंगे. You will have to take this angle, because starting from the positive direction and going reaching up to that is something you have to keep in mind. अगर ये होगा तो काम चलेगा, नहीं तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगी. ठीक है? Any questions? मैं तेज तो नहीं चल रहा, स्लो चल रहा हूँ. So if I'm moving fast, let me know. And अगर मैं काफी स्लो चल रहा हूँ तो even then you should tell me that sir थोड़ा तेज करिए. So this is the normal form. अभी इनका यूज करेंगे थोड़ी देर में. We'll see that. And the final, horizontal line, vertical line, they will also have equations. What happens when the line is horizontal? What happens when the line is horizontal? ये लाइन है. What is the beauty of this line? The beauty of this line is, no matter which point I take, अगर ये distance a है, तो no matter which point I take, x1 a, x2 a, x5 a, जो इसका y coordinate आएगा, it will always be a, irrespective of what the x coordinate is, because the height is a. So therefore this line is identified by writing y is equal to a. So equation becomes y is equal to a, simply because it has the property that no matter what point is taken on that line, the y coordinate of that point is going to be A. X coordinate can change, and we are not putting any restriction on the x coordinate by writing like this. So a point on this line will be 5a will be a point, 3a will be a point, minus 5a will be there, minus 3.546 comma a will also be a point on this line. So this will be the equation of this line, y is equal to a, parallel to x axis, horizontal line. और जब vertical हो जाएगा तो obviously it will be the opposite of this. When it is a vertical line, say like this, and this is B. Now, no matter which point I take on this line, its x coordinate will be x. B y1, B y2, B minus 3, B comma minus 7, B comma 20. Everywhere it will be B, x will be B. So this equation will be x is equal to B. And this is x, this is y is equal to A. That is the way to write equations which are parallel to the x axis or y axis. The distance throughout is same, makes no difference at all, everywhere it will be A, therefore y will be A. If this is the line, then whatever this distance is, that will be the equation here, minus a, so y will be minus a. If it is below the x axis, it will be minus. If it is above the x axis, it will be plus. A is positive. And that will be parallel to y axis, x is equal to a or b, and so on. And then finally, the master form of the equation of the line, which is known as the general form of the equation of the line. What is the general form of the equation of the line? Ax plus by plus c is equal to 0. A, B, C, not all 0. At least one of them is non-zero. C cannot be. C 0, अगर A और B 0 होगा तो काम खत्म. Then that's not possible. So A and B में से एक तो कम से कम non-zero होगा. Another thing is C 0 हो भी जाए, A, B not all 0. Now, what is the characteristic here? This you must see. It has three properties. Property number 1, degree of x must be 1. In the linear equation, in the equation of a line, degree of the variable x must be 1, degree of y must be 1, and what is number 3? Number 3 is no term containing xy, no term containing the product of xy. So three things: degree of x 1, degree of x equal to 1, degree of y equal to 1, no term containing product xy. क्योंकि somebody can say कि देखो जी सर इसमें भी x की टर्म 1 है, y की टर्म भी 1 ही है, सो वो कंडीशन तो हमारी सेटिस्फाई हो रही है ना, ये वाली, ये दोनों कंडीशन सेटिस्फाई हो रही हैं. डिग्री ऑफ x इज 1, डिग्री ऑफ y इज 1. सो अगर ये टर्म आ गई तो यू कैन से कि सर ये कंडीशन सेटिस्फाई हो रही है, why this is not a line. So this condition should also be there, that the product term should also not be there. And ABC are constants. That will be the ABC constants. So that will be the equation. That is how you will know that it is the equation of a line, and then you can deal it the way you would like to deal with it. We now come to distance between two lines. That is the next thing we would like to know, how to find the distance between two lines. This is the general equation of a line. If you want to reduce this equation to a specific form, you can do that. That should be no problem. For example, if you want to put it in the slope intercept form, y is equal to mx plus c. So b should not be 0. If b is not 0, we can put it in slope intercept form. फिर divide b से divide कर देंगे. We'll keep y on one side, take everything else on the other side, and we'll have that. Transfer it on the other side, divide by b, and that's it. M will be minus a by b, and c will be minus c by b. So it can be put in the slope intercept form. It can also be put in the intercept form. For the intercept form, c must be different from 0. C has to be different from 0. If c is equal to 0, then what happens? Then the line passes through the origin. So no intercept. अगर एक line origin से pass कर रही है, तो obviously intercept नहीं होंगे उसमें. If we have a line which passes through the origin, obviously no intercepts. So c will be 0 in that case. So if c is not 0, then this is what you do. You simply transfer c on the other side and divide by minus c. Right hand side pe it should be 1. It should not be minus 1. It should be plus 1. And if it is plus 1, this is what the equation. So that general equation can be reduced to this form, intercept form, and finally normal form also. It can be reduced to normal form also. Normal form में the coefficient of x and coefficient of y should be such that the sum of their square should be 1. Cos square omega cos square alpha plus sin square alpha is 1. So the coefficient should be arranged in such a way that the sum comes out to be 1. How can that be done? You will have to divide by the sum of the squares of this. So it will be actually a over, ये method इसका बताया हुआ है, there is no need to worry about that how to do this. And now he will find the value of p by using this formula that cos square omega plus sin square omega is 1. So p will come out to be equal to c over a square plus b square. Substitute this value, c will cancel out, and you will have a over. So it's very simple. Once it is over, I'll tell you the method of this. Simply square this and add them and take the under root and divide by that. Plus minus sign y. We take the plus minus sign, we'll use the one which is suitable. How do we know which is suitable? कैसे पता लगेगा कि whether it is to be plus or it is to be minus here? How will you know this? Which one to take? राइट हैंड साइड क्या है? In the normal form, what is the right hand side? P. What is P? Perpendicular distance from the origin to the line, and that is always positive. Positive. So this sign must always be positive. तो अंडर रूट जब हम लेंगे तो we will take that sign with the under root which will make the right hand side positive. अगर C positive है, we will take the positive under root and then positive under root will remain there. If C were negative, suppose C were negative, then I must take the negative under root here, then so that this becomes positive. So keep that in mind, that the right hand side must be always positive and that will determine the sign. Alright. So if C is negative, then we will take a negative sign here. So ये भी negative हो जाएगा, ये negative हो जाएगा और this will become positive. And if C is positive, then this will be positive and both of them will also be positive. So that is the only way you will know that when I am taking the square root, which sign is to be used and which is not to be used. क्या हुआ? Alright, distance now. Distance between two lines. How do you find the distance between? Of course, if the two lines are intersecting, then the distance is 0. Then the distance is 0. Because it is only when the lines are parallel that we are talking about distance. Distance between points is alright. You see, when we are talking about distance between two lines, we mean this distance. Otherwise, if we have lines like this, we can find distance between 2 points, one on each line and their distance. That is all right. But distance between line will be 0 because it is the shortest distance that we are talking about, smallest distance. So how to find the distance between two parallel lines? क्या फार्मूला है? मालूम है आपको? So first is distance from a point on a line. That formula you know. Here is a line and here is a point, and we want to find the perpendicular distance. When we say distance of a line from a point, it always means the shortest distance, and the shortest distance is the one obtained by taking the perpendicular from the point on the line. So the shortest distance of a point from a line, if this distance is d, if this equation is ax plus by plus c is equal to 0, and if this point is x1 y1, what is d? How much is d? That is the question. You know the formula? What is the formula for finding the distance from a line? ax1 plus by1 plus c1 plus c divided by, yes, this is the formula. ax1 plus by1 plus c divided by a square plus b square under the root mod value, that is equal to d. Because distance is always positive, so we make sure that the denominator remains positive. That will be the कैसे निकाल सकते हैं इसको? We can do it in many ways. One way can be write down the equation Pm. We can write down the equation P of Pm. Why? I know the slope of the line. This line is perpendicular, so I know its slope also. And then use slope point slope form to get this line. Then get their point of intersection, m. Then distance formula will give me Pm. लंबा method है, but still it's a method. As I told you, there are many ways of doing things, some efficient, some not so efficient. This will be one of them. If you are given a line, this line is given, this point is given, I know the slope of this line and therefore I will know the slope of the perpendicular. If I know the slope and a point, I can write down the equation of that line. फिर दोनों lines का जो है this intersection, we can find the intersection, then distance formula will give me the answer. Second method is this. This is the second method, that we use the area technique, area of a triangle. This line is intersecting the x-axis, y-axis somewhere. जो हमारी the given line, this is where it is intersecting. I join these points, and I get a triangle. So I can find out the area of the triangle, PM. This is not going to be asked anywhere, but still its usage is there, and you should know how to find it if at all at some stage you start wondering कि formula आया कहाँ से. So that is how the formula can be obtained. You know QR, and therefore you know PM, and you will then put the values, intersect and cancel and get the required result. So that will be the way of doing it. This area method, you know, area of a triangle. How do you get the area of a triangle? ये आपने कर रखा है ना, half x1 y1 x2 y2 x3 y3 and then x1 y1. You know this. You can use this to get the area, and that is the method used here to get the area of the, because all three vertices are known to me. I can find out that area by one method, I can find out the area by another method, and that will give me the, compare the two areas to get the required result. But that, remembering this rule will be important. How to find the distance of a point from a line. Substitute these coordinates here, ax1, by1 and so on. The सारी theory चल रही है, कोई question तो हो नहीं रहा. ये रहा, बताइए क्या आंसर है. Find the length of the perpendicular drawn from -2, 3 on the line this. Tell me the answer. ये लिखा हुआ है सामने. Question is right there. 38 by 13. Let us see. 38 by 13 है. Done. Correct. Very good. It's correct. Okay. So just simple use of this formula to get you the required result. If you want any other, you can do it, and here is the solution. Those of you who may not have done it so far, here it is. So substitute this. The required length is 12 into -2 minus 5 into 3 plus 1 mod value over 12 square plus minus 5 square, minus 24 minus 15, and so minus 38 by 13, so 38 by 13. All right. Now please, one more thing, this is very important for competitive exams. And I see many students committing mistakes, many students all over the country. not only any particular part. What is this equal to? प्लस माइनस टू. हाथ खड़ा करो जो लोग एग्री करते हैं. रेज योर हैंड्स. द आंसर इज प्लस माइनस टू. एंड व्हाट इज एक्स स्क्वायर? Plus minus x. This is wrong. This is correct. This you should understand. वो अंडर रूट 4 है, वो सिंबल है अंडर रूट उसका. दैट नंबर इज वन नंबर ओनली एंड दैट नंबर इज 2. एक्स हमें मालूम नहीं है. वो 4 तो मालूम है हमें, एक्स मालूम नहीं है हमें. इसलिए वो -2 के स्क्वायर से आया है. प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड, अगर ये आंसर प्लस माइनस 2 होता तो हम क्वाड्रेटिक इक्वेशन जब सॉल्व करते हैं p प्लस माइनस अंडर रूट बी स्क्वायर माइनस 4ac ओवर 2a, तो फिर मुझे ये प्लस माइनस लिखने की क्या जरूरत है अगर वो अंडर रूट की वैल्यू अपने आप ही प्लस माइनस है तो. The reason we write this plus or minus sign is that it indicates that when we take out the value of this radical, I have to attach minus sign before this, or I have to attach plus sign before this. And when we don't write a sign, then it means a plus sign. This is a convention we all know. And therefore, the answer of this is 2. And the answer of this is plus minus x, जिसको हम mod x लिखते हैं. ये प्लस माइनस एक्स का मतलब ये है, दिस इज मॉड एक्स. ये भी प्लस है तो माइनस आएगा तो भी यू विल हैव टू बी केयरफुल. सो व्हेन ए वेरिएबल इज बीइंग टेकन, इसका मतलब है ये प्लस ही है, बिकॉज नो साइन इज रिटन हियर, सो इट विल हैव्स टू बी प्लस. अगर मुझे माइनस चाहिए तो मैं माइनस लिखूंगा यहां. एंड दैट इज वाई अंडर रूट एक्स स्क्वायर इज मॉड एक्स. सो व्हेन यू आर सॉल्विंग दिस इक्वेशन, एक्स स्क्वायर इज इक्वल टू 4 एंड यू टेक द स्क्वायर रूट ऑफ बोथ साइड्स. ये तो मुझे मालूम है 2 है, इसका मुझे मालूम नहीं क्या है ये, इसलिए मैं यहां मॉड एक्स लिखता हूं. और फिर मेरे 2 आंसर आते हैं एक्स के, कि x 2 भी हो सकता था और x minus 2 भी हो सकता है. So when a variable is being taken out of the square root, we have to put a mod before it. When a number is being taken out, then जो उसकी normal value है वही लिखी जाएगी. It will be always plus. This always indicates a plus sign. It always indicates a plus sign. And क्योंकि ये मुझे मालूम नहीं है क्या है, इसलिए मैं इसको प्लस माइनस एक्स लिखूंगा और ये 2 है. And that is how you are getting 2 answers. Square root of 4 के 2 आंसर नहीं है, x के 2 आंसर हैं जो मुझे 4 देने वाले हैं. x will have 2 values whose square will give me 4. And therefore, obviously we will have plus minus mod x will be 2. This should be kept in mind. This mistake is there in many papers by many students. That when they are writing the square root of x square, तो x लिखते हैं. That is wrong. It has to be mod x, which will depend upon x. अगर x प्लस है तो प्लस ही रहेगा, x माइनस हो तो भी प्लस आ जाएगा. All right. Now, distance between parallel lines. क्या है distance? क्या फार्मूला है? When we have parallel lines, I don't think there is. Here are 2 lines. एक चीज और, here is a line ax plus by plus c तो एक लाइन है 1 1 के साथ और सेकेंड लाइन इज a2x प्लस b2y प्लस c2 इज इक्वल टू 0. These are two lines. Question. Are they parallel? 2. Are they perpendicular? 3. Are they intersecting? How do I know this? By looking at the equations.
A1 by A2 is equals to B1 by B2 is not equals to C1 by C2. Then they will be parallel and
They will be.
they will be intersecting. And
घबरा कर रही हो. If they are, what happens? Their slope must be same. What happens? Are they same? One more. ये सब क्वेश्चंस हैं. When are they same? First of all, when are they same? Sometimes we do a smart thing. Here is a line 2x plus 3y is equal to 4. 4x plus 6y equal to 8. They are the same line. पहली लाइन को मैंने हर कोएफिशिएंट को 2 से मल्टीप्लाई कर दिया, कुछ नहीं किया. So what should be the condition? And that is the condition which she was talking in the beginning. In that case, A1 over A2 is equal to B1 over B2 is equal to C1 over C2. Same line. अगर तीनों कोएफिशिएंट्स की रेशियो सेम है, देन दे आर सेम लाइन, राइट? देन देयर इज नो डिफरेंस. हमने एक ही लाइन को 2 बार लिख दिया है. एक लाइन को मैं 10 तरीके से लिख सकता हूं. आई कैन मल्टीप्लाई बाई 3, आई कैन मल्टीप्लाई बाई 4, आई कैन मल्टीप्लाई बाई 5. लाइन वही है. ऑल आई एम डूइंग इज चेंजिंग द कोएफिशिएंट्स इन अ डिफरेंट रेशियो. हाँ, अगर मैं इन दोनों को चेंज कर दूं so that this ratio is not equal to these two ratios, then something will happen. A1 over A2 is equal to B1 over B2 is not equal to C1 over C2. अब क्या होगा? अब लाइन की स्लोप सेम है, so they are parallel lines. Now they are parallel. नहीं समझ आया? हाँ बेटा, when are two lines parallel? Slope equal होंगे. What is the slope of this line?
minus A1 by B1.
Yes. Slope M1 minus A1 upon B1. M2 minus A2 by B2. So equal. M1 equal to M2 implies A1 over B1 equal to A2 over B2. माइनस साइन मैंने कैंसिल कर दिया. अब क्योंकि A's को कंपेयर करना है और B's को कंपेयर करना है, तो मैं ट्रांसफर कर देता हूं. ये नीचे आ जाएगा, ये ऊपर चला जाएगा. दैट इंप्लाइज A1 over A2 is equal to B1 over B2. But C1 over C2 should not be equal to this. क्योंकि अगर C1 over C2 भी बराबर हो गया, तो then it is the same line. So this should be different. So the two lines are parallel if A1 over A2 is equal to, and different if A1 over A2 is equal to B1 over B2 is not equal to C1 over C2. Constant term different होनी चाहिए. इससे एक और चीज भी अभी आएगी. I'll just tell you that in a minute. And perpendicular कब होंगी?
So then A1 over A2 is not equals to B1 over B2 is not equals to C1
when will these lines intersect? Are they intersecting? Then these two should not be equal. अगर ये दोनों बराबर नहीं हैं, then it means the lines are not parallel and therefore they will be intersecting. So A1 over B1 is not equal to A2 over B2. Then they will intersect. And when are they perpendicular? एक रह गया ये वाला perpendicular. This means M1 into M2 should be minus 1. M1 M2 minus 1. Let's do that here. M1 M2 is equal to minus 1. This means इन दोनों को multiply कर दो तो negative sign will be gone. A1 A2 over B1 B2. A1 A2 over B1 B2. A1 A2 over B1 B2 is equal to minus 1. क्रॉस मल्टीप्लाई और दोनों को लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पे ले आओ तो क्या बन जाएगा? A1 A2 प्लस B1 B2 इज इक्वल टू 0. A1 A2 plus B1 B2 is equal to 0. That is the condition of perpendicular lines. Perpendicular lines. So it is the coefficients which will tell you everything. दो लाइनों के coefficients will give you everything. इसको दिमाग में रखते हुए how to write various types of things. So let us now see distance between parallel lines. How do you find the distance between parallel lines? done there that we have put x is equal to 0. If I put x equal to 0, let me go back. ये पॉइंट निकाला हमने, we have tried to find this, or we could find this point, makes no difference. Either we could find this point or we can find this point. जो इक्वेशन आपको सिंपल लगे, you put y is equal to 0 there. This point, find out this point by this method. Put here y is equal to 0. When you put y is equal to 0, mx plus c1 becomes 0. So x is minus c1 over m. So x is minus c1 over m or 0 coordinate. This becomes the coordinate of A. Now use the perpendicular distance formula. To find out this distance, use the perpendicular distance formula. That is what we are using. So to find the perpendicular distance formula, everything has to be transferred on one side. So y equation will be transferred on one side, so that becomes so using the formula for distance of a point ax1 plus by1 plus c over a square plus b square, we get the required result. So let us see here. What was the point A? Minus C1 over M, comma 0. And the line, second line, line L2, that was y is equal to mx plus C2, or y minus mx minus C2 is equal to 0. Everything has to be brought to the left hand side. Now put this value here. So perpendicular distance D is equal to y is 0 minus m into minus C1 over m minus C2 divided by 1 plus m square under the root mod value of this ax1 plus b by 1 plus c divided by a square plus b square. यहाँ पर देखिए क्या है, this is ax1, put y equal to 0, so this becomes 0. Put x is equal to minus c1 over m, minus c1 over m, and c2 as it is, mod value divided by coefficient of x square plus coefficient of y square under the root 1 plus m square. This will be 0, this m will cancel out, this c1 will become positive. So this is equal to c1 minus c2 mod value over 1 plus m square, and that's it. That is the formula for finding the difference between two parallel lines. ये ठीक नहीं है, तो C1 minus C2, this should be C1 minus C2. नीचे ठीक है, so C1 minus C2 over 1 plus m square under the root, that is the formula for finding the distance between two parallel lines. You can do the examples if you want to, that is straightforward. I am not going to given point line distance. And what about the Distance, area of a parallelogram. Can we find the area of a parallelogram using this? The answer is yes. There is a formula for finding the area of a parallelogram, and also area of a rhombus. What is the formula for area of a rhombus? Half d1 into d2. But we can use this rule to get that particular result also in the case if you are interested in that. Let me see if I can take a question from your book. You have the book? Okay. एक आध क्वेश्चन करते हैं फिर आगे चलेंगे. कुछ समझ आ रहा है कि नहीं? This is question number 5 on page 9. Let us look at this. Question 5 on page 9. इसमें भी एक वर्ड है locus. How many of you have heard this word? Locus. क्या मतलब है locus का? Locus, yes. In mathematics, locus, when you are asked to find a locus, it means you are given a situation in which a particular object under particular conditions, given conditions, traces a path. Mathematics है, so it has to be a path. The path traveled by that basically is location of that particular particle at different points. That path will be known as locus. Whatever that path. For example, path of the earth. Under the force of gravity, condition है ना, force of gravity of the sun. At various points of time, it is at different places. The path traveled is the locus of the path of the earth under the force of gravity of sun. That whatever that might be. So you will be given certain conditions. You will find where is that particular particle or where is that particular object, in this case the point xy, when various things happen, and is there a relationship which defines that path. It is possible that it may travel in a straight line. It is possible that it may travel along a curve. So whatever that curve is, that will be the locus. So this question is concerning that. The locus of the orthocenter of the triangle formed by the lines. These are the lines. Line number 1 plus p into x minus py plus p into 1 plus p is equal to 0. This is line number L1. Second line, 1 plus q into x minus q into y plus q into 1 plus q is equal to 0, line number 2, and y is equal to 0, line number 3. These three lines form a triangle. A triangle will have an orthocenter. Our job is, and these are different triangles because p and q are variables. P is not equal to q, this is given, and variables vary. They keep on changing, and constants. But they are not fixed constants. It means if I give one value to P and Q, I get one triangle. I give a second value to P and Q, I get a second triangle. I give 20th value to P and Q, I get a third triangle, 20th triangle. So I will get infinite number of triangles. Each triangle will have a orthocenter. Is there a path which is described by this, and can I write an equation for that path? That is the locus. If I can write whatever that path is, that is the locus of that particular orthocenter. Sometime it is possible to write an equation for that, sometime it may not be possible. So is it possible to write an equation for, and what is that path? Whatever that path is, that will be locus of that particular orthocenter. So I will pick up any triangles, any one triangle, I will find out the orthocenter and see if there is a relationship between the x and y coordinates. If there is a relationship between the x and y coordinate, I will write that relationship and that will be the path. Because if one orthocenter satisfies it, almost all of them will satisfy it, because I am taking a general one. because मैं specific तो ले नहीं रहा. I'm going to answer this question by keeping P and Q as it is. I will get the orthocenter. All right. So orthocenter क्या होता है? What is orthocenter? Do you know the formula for the orthocenter? Orthocenter is this is orthocenter. Altitudes, ortho means orthogonal, perpendicular. That's why I said vocabulary is very important. So ortho, or wherever the word ortho is used according to the rule, it means we are talking about perpendicular. So wherever the altitudes intersect of a triangle intersect, that is known as the orthocenter, and you know that the altitudes are concurrent. तीनों के तीनों एक ही point से निकलती हैं. Medians are concurrent. Perpendicular bisectors of the line, sides are concurrent. Bisectors of the angles are concurrent. All these are concurrent. They all have names. Those points. The orthocenter is the one which is the height of the altitude. The altitudes wherever they intersect, they do it. So this line is y is equal to 0. This is line L1 and this is line L2. इस जगह y 0 है, so therefore x coordinate will be there and y coordinate will be there. I will find out this equation and I will find out this equation and find their intersection. That will give me orthocenter. If I don't know any formula, this is how I'll do. So I will find out, call it A, B, C, call it D, E and F. So what are the coordinates of B? To find B, put y is equal to 0 in L1. It is the intersection of L1 and this. So put y is equal to 0 in L1. This is L1. When we put y is equal to 0, 1 plus p and 1 plus p cancel out. X is minus p. We get x is equal to minus p. ठीक है ना? Then you can do it yourself. So B coordinates. What is the B then? So point B becomes minus P0. Minus P0. And similarly, what will C become? C will become minus Q0. Minus Q0. अब कर लो. To find C, put y is equal to 0 in L2. We get. अब यहां पर हम y को 0 करेंगे. 1 plus q and 1 plus q will cancel out. X will be minus q. Now I will write down the equation of BE. Slope of BE. What is the slope of BE? It is perpendicular to L3. Sorry, L2. It is perpendicular to L2. इसको M कह दो. M equal to slope of BE. It is perpendicular to L2. What is the slope of L2? L2 ये है. Its slope is 1 plus Q over Q. But it is perpendicular to LQ. So it is equal to minus Q over 1 plus Q. आप दोबारा करिए इसको. What is the slope of L2? Slope of LQ is 1 plus Q over Q. Because minus sign is there, that is taken care of. 1 plus Q over Q. इसका negative inverse जो है, that will be the slope of BE, which will be minus Q over 1 plus Q. ठीक है? Any doubt? If anybody has any doubt, please. Of slopes is minus 1, so this is the slope. Once I know the point slope form, I can write down the equation. So equation of BE. Of BE, point slope form. We have to find its intersection. What's the value of x that you get from here? किसका आ गया x equal to pq. If you solve this, x will come out to be equal to pq. सब कैंसिल हो जाएंगे. आ गया? वेरी गुड. हाँ जी, नहीं कर रहे तुम? आ नहीं रहा या क्या है? दिखाओ, नजर नहीं आ रहा? X will be equal to PQ, then what will be Y? Put the value of X in any one of this. Find out Y also now. Put it in any one of these equations. पहली इक्वेशन में डाल दीजिए y is equal to minus q over 1 plus pq into pq plus q. तो q p कॉमन आ जाएगा, 1 plus q कैंसिल हो जाएगा. And y will be minus pq. You put here pq, p common, 1 plus q and 1 plus q will cancel out, and you will have y is equal to minus pq क्योंकि ये माइनस है. इसमें से p and q एलिमिनेट कर दीजिए, x equal to minus y. These equations give you x is equal to minus y. That's the locus. So locus is x is equal to minus y or x plus y equal to 0. So locus is we have taken an arbitrary triangle. We have found its orthocenter. The x and y coordinates of that orthocenter satisfy the relation x plus y equals 0. And therefore, every orthocenter will satisfy that relation because it is independent of P and Q. Hence, the locus of orthocenter is x plus y equals 0, which is a straight line. So, आप लाखों करोड़ों आपने ट्राइंगल लिए, हर ट्राइंगल का आपने ऑर्थोसेंटर निकाला, उनकी एक लाइन बन गई. That line is x plus y equal to 0, which is that line? That line, as you know, is this line. So the orthocenters lie on this line. वो ट्राइंगल इस तरह बन रहे हैं कि उनका your questions will be like this. जो डिस्क्रिप्टिव क्वेश्चन आएंगे वो थोड़ी उनमें कैलकुलेशन होगी, that's it. और जो बच्चे हिम्मत हार जाएंगे, you keep two things in mind, your determination and your hard work. ये आप उड़ान, नाम ही उड़ान है, तो ये दो पंख हैं आपके, इन दोनों पंखों को आपने सुदृढ़ बनाना है. Keep them strong, you know. Your determination and your hard work. If you have these two, जब पक्षी उड़ता है ना तो पंख फड़फड़ाने पड़ते हैं उसको, you know, और वो ऐसे करके बैठ जाएगा तो नीचे ही गिरेगा. So यही दोनों पंख हैं आपके. Your wings are your determination and your hard work. Do not give up. अगर आप, if you are following the line correctly, your answer is bound to come, and things will ultimately cancel out, and result will be simple. बहुत कम क्वेश्चन ऐसे होते हैं जिनके रिजल्ट कॉम्प्लिकेटेड होते हैं. मोस्ट ऑफ द रिजल्ट्स ऑफ क्वेश्चंस आस्क्ड इन ऑलमोस्ट ऑल कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम्स आर सिंपल. एवरीथिंग कैंसल्स आउट अल्टीमेटली. अंडर रूट हो सकते हैं, दैट्स अ डेफिनेट सेपरेट थिंग. अल्टीमेटली दे ऑल कम आउट टू बी simple. So this is the way of doing questions of locus. Pick up an arbitrary one, let x, y lie on the locus, then x, y, p, and there is p, and you want it in such a way that this is A and this is B. So PB minus PA minus PB is minimum mod value. और चार आंसर दिए हुए हैं, इनमें से कौन सा पॉइंट है विच सेटिस्फाइज दिस प्रॉपर्टी. देयर मे बी अदर पॉइंट्स आल्सो. इट इज नॉट नेसेसरी दैट देयर मे बी ओनली वन पॉइंट, देयर मे बी मोर देन वन पॉइंट, बट ही सेज कि इन चारों में से कौन सा ऐसा है विच सेटिस्फाइज पी ए माइनस पी बी इज मिनिमम. Who will now? This is a thinking question, you know. This question has nothing to do with.
So B. So B.
B.
0 and 11 upon 4. So 0 and 11 upon 4.
0
And 11 by 4.
कैसे?
So I found out the distance between P and PB. So we have not been given any negative coordinates. So I took then PA minus PB equals to 0. And then I equated P and PB, and then I found out this, and I got an equation 2x plus 4y equals to 11. I looked at the choices and so I satisfied it. So
0 क्यों लिया?
So because it couldn't be minus, so it couldn't be negative.
So
no negative point has been given, and it has to be minimum. So आपने किया हुआ है ये, कंस्ट्रक्शन में करते हो आप. परपेंडिकुलर बाइसेक्टर ऑफ द लाइन सेगमेंट. व्हेन यू टेक द परपेंडिकुलर बाइसेक्टर ऑफ द लाइन सेगमेंट, तो उस परपेंडिकुलर बाइसेक्टर का हर पॉइंट दोनों एंड पॉइंट के बराबर है. आई होप यू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आई एम सेइंग. हियर इज द लाइन सेगमेंट एंड आई टेक द परपेंडिकुलर बाइसेक्टर ऑफ दिस. This is equal to this, they are equal. Then this is an isosceles triangle. This distance is equal to this distance.
यहां लूंगा तो भी दिस डिस्टेंस इज इक्वल टू दैट डिस्टेंस, यहां लूंगा तो भी दिस डिस्टेंस इज इक्वल टू दैट डिस्टेंस. So therefore there are infinitely many points. Every point on this line is, find out the equation of this line. This is what we do. Find out the equation of this line and see which point out of this satisfies that equation. जो equation उसको satisfy करेगा, that will be the point from the answer. There will be many. यही question क्या हुआ, यही question मैं change कर सकता हूँ answers को. Question यही होगा, I'll write down different answers. सिर्फ जो आंसर, इसमें आंसर कौन सा है? B. B is the answer. I will change B to some other coordinates. Still the answer will be B. And it will be a different answer. अभी दिखाता हूं मैं आपको. I hope you understand. Find out PA. How much is PA? XY है तो x minus 1 whole square plus y minus 1 whole square is equal to x minus 2 whole square plus y minus 3 whole square. This is the equality. PA is equal to PB. PA is equal to PB implies PA square equal to PB square. अगर PA और PB बराबर हैं तो उनका स्क्वायर भी बराबर होगा, बिकॉज पॉजिटिव नंबर हैं दोनों का स्क्वायर भी बराबर होगा. This is the square of the distance formula. This is the square of the distance formula. एक्सपैंड करो इनको, एक्सपैंड करोगे तो एक्स स्क्वायर और एक्स स्क्वायर कैंसिल हो जाएगा, वाई स्क्वायर और वाई स्क्वायर भी कैंसिल हो जाएगा. क्या बचेगा यहां पर? माइनस 2x प्लस 1 माइनस 2y प्लस 1 इक्वल टू माइनस 4x प्लस 4 माइनस 6y प्लस 9. आई होप यू अंडरस्टैंड. प्लीज इफ यू डोंट अंडरस्टैंड लेट मी नो. X square cancels out on both sides, y square cancels out on both sides. Only these terms remain. Minus 2x plus 1, minus 2y plus 1, minus 4x plus 4, minus 6y plus 9. Now write down, this is a line. Write down its equation properly. सब एक तरफ ले आओ. It will be 2x plus 4y minus 11 equal to 0. Every point on this line satisfies PA equal to PB. Every point. इनमें से कौन सा इसको satisfy करता है? Only B. 11 by 4. X is 0. When X is 0, Y is equal to 11 by 4. So 0, 11 by 4 is the answer. दूसरा आंसर भी हो सकता है. Put x equal to 1. If you put x equal to 1 or y is equal to 1, put y is equal to 1, what happens? If y is 1, this will be 4. 7 by 2. This also can be one of the answers. अगली बार मैं इसी क्वेश्चन को चेंज करके सारे चारों आंसर चेंज करके ये बीच में डाल दूंगा 7 by 2 1. That will also be an answer. और आपको होगा ये पिछली बार तो कोई और आंसर था, इस बार कोई और आंसर है. No, both answers are correct. It is not the point. Please understand. P is not the point. P is only one of the points, for which this is minimum. There are many points for which this is minimum. All of them satisfy this equation. All of them satisfy this equation. So as many points as you want, you pick up one of them and that gives you the answer. बाकी point आप देखोगे, they will not satisfy this equation. You can check up 4 by 3, 2, 3 by 2, 11, 3 and 3 by 2, 0. None of them satisfy this equation, so none of them will be one of the answers. Only one equation, one point satisfies it, that will be the answer. If there are two possible answers, because in IIT exam sometime you may get two answers. It's possible that a second point, so you will have to check all four. You cannot check one and say this is the answer, because many times in the IIT in multiple choice questions, the answer may be A and B, answer may be A and C, A, B and C, there may be three answers possible, because in this particular question, all answers are also possible. It's possible that all 4 may be given. चारों पॉइंट ऐसे हों जो इस इक्वेशन को सेटिस्फाई करते हैं, तो चारों ही आंसर होंगे. So therefore please do not simply check one and say ये हो गया, पहला किया नहीं हुआ, दूसरा हो गया ठीक तो स्टॉप कर दिया. No, it is only where there is only one possible answer, then the answer is, the moment you get the answer it's okay. But if in a multiple choice question, A and B, A and C, B and C, A, B, C, if those are the answers, then you will have to check all of them. Image of a point in a line. Why this is important? Why we need this? One of the reasons is, of course, many reasons, but let us see. It is very interesting. I don't know whether you ever noticed it or not. I was very surprised, in y is equal to mod x. We have to draw the graph of this. You know the graph of this, y is equal to mod x. मालूम है ना सबको क्या ग्राफ है? बोलो. What is the graph of y is equal to mod x?
It will be a line like this.
कैसा बोलो?
So it will be something like this passing to the origin.
तो पर y तो नेगेटिव नहीं है. जब मैंने mod x लगा दिया तो y नेगेटिव नहीं हो सकता ना.
It will only go upwards.
So okay. It's a V-shaped graph, लेकिन क्वेश्चन है ये आया कैसे? How will you draw this graph? Any graph where a mod is there, you can use the following technique, the technique that I am going to tell you, and that is why we need the image. कुछ नहीं करना आपने, ये mod हटा दो and draw the graph. It's a y is equal to x. This is what y is equal to x. ये लाइन है ना y is equal to x. 45 degree angle, and this line y is equal to x is the line which divides the first quadrant 45 degree and third quadrant also in this. This is the graph of the line y is equal to x. अब इसके बाद क्या करना है? ये graph, for finding out this graph, take the image of everything which is below the x-axis, their image in the x-axis. जो image आएगा वो लगा दो और नीचे वाले पोर्शन को हटा दो, because y cannot be negative. Since y cannot be negative, the negative portion should be flipped above the x-axis by taking its image in the x-axis. जैसे ये मिरर है, इसका अगर आप इमेज लेंगे तो क्या आएगा? वो यही आएगा ना. So this becomes a graph. This will work for every mod function. Y is equal to mod of x cube. X square का तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. Y is equal to mod x square has no meaning because x square is always positive. So whether it is y, because what is y is equal to x square? You know y is equal to x square. पैराबोला कह रहे थे ना, ये ग्राफ है उसका. मान लिया ये ग्राफ होगा तो इसमें तो everything is above the x-axis. So therefore mod makes no difference at all. So that is why we need the image of points in a line. Points in a line. The important lines are x-axis, y-axis, y is equal to x. Even for drawing inverse function, we need the image. I will just show you also how to draw the inverse image. You are learning inverse images. Inverse function अभी शुरू हुए हैं कि नहीं? चलो जब भी पढ़ोगे आप, कोई बात नहीं. So we need the image of a point in a line. So line will act as a mirror. Whatever is there above the mirror, the same thing will there behind the mirror. So which are the lines which are important? Of course any line is important, but we will study the following ones: x-axis, y-axis, x is equal to y or y is equal to x, and y is equal to minus x, y is equal to minus x. Which other? Let us see. Yeah. So these are very simple. In the x-axis, what will happen? If you are looking at the image in the x-axis, xy will go down here. This point will go down to this point. This coordinate of P, then P is the image of R in the same line, y-axis. And if S is the image of P through origin, then P is the image of S through origin. These are the three lines, x-axis, y-axis. What about x equal to y? What happens when x is equal to y? This is also very interesting. This is xy. What do you think this will be? What do you think this will be? If this point is xy, P is xy, what will be its image q? ये जितना ऊपर है ये उतना उधर चला गया है, तो therefore they will simply interchange. इनका मिड पॉइंट क्या होगा? व्हाट इज मिड पॉइंट फार्मूला? बराबर हो गए ना दोनों, तो उस लाइन पे लाई करेंगे. इट विल बी x plus y by 2 comma x plus y by 2, which is the point on this line. So this is the image of one, which will be x equal to y. Interchange the x coordinate and the y coordinate. Alright. Now here is something very important and to be used in your competitive exams. Family of lines. Given one line, given line ax plus by plus c is equal to 0, write equation of lines parallel to this line. We want to write the equation of a line parallel to this line. Why do we need this? You've done this in construction. Circle है, एक line दी हुई है. Draw a line parallel to this line which is tangent to the circle. क्या हुआ ना आपने? प्रकार और सर्च कर लिया, धीरे धीरे उसको घुमा के वहाँ ले गया, ड्रॉ कर दी. So we need parallel lines. We need the equation of that line. अगर ये equation हमें मालूम है, how do I find out the equation of the line which is tangent to that line and parallel to this line? So I will need a line which is parallel to this line. तो पहले मैं एक line draw करूँगा which is parallel to this line. Then I will use the condition that it is tangent to that plane as a circle. तो दो लाइनें आती हैं, एक इधर आएगी, एक उधर आएगी. We'll see that the answer will come out to be two lines when we use this. So how do I write down the equation of a line which is parallel to this line? You remember what is the condition when the lines are parallel? A over A1 is equal to B over B1, right? And not equal to C over C1. तो जो constant term है वो different होनी चाहिए. That's all. We'll write down the same equation with a different constant term, and that line will be parallel to this line. Answer? Ax plus by plus k is equal to 0. Satisfies A1 over A2 is equal to B1 over B2 is not equal to C1 over C2. And therefore, it's a line which is parallel to that line. So that is all that you need to do. Now, if you want to fix this line, कि हमें तो एक ही जवाब चाहिए, then a second condition must be given to find k. Second condition also k passes through this point. It passes through the origin, so put x equal to 0, y is equal to 0, k 0 aa jayega. It passes through 1, 2, then put x equal to 1, y is equal to 2, you will get k. So to find the value of k, we must be given one more condition. Otherwise, there will be infinite number of lines, and that is true, because here is a line ax plus by plus c equal to 0, and there are many lines which are parallel to this line, and there are many lines parallel to this line. Infinite number of lines parallel. By giving different values to k, we will get all of them. और उनमें से ओरिजिनल लाइन भी आएगी when k is equal to c. वो भी तो पैरेलल है ना अपने आप के. So original line is also represented and other lines are also there. So this will be the method of finding a line parallel to a given line. Perpendicular कैसे करेंगे? How will you find out a line which is perpendicular to this line? Write equation of a line perpendicular to this line. Again, there will be infinite number of lines. Why? Because if you draw parallel lines which are all perpendicular to this, they will be perpendicular to that line. So the answer will be infinite. So k वहाँ भी आएगा, लेकिन a और b भी आएंगे. A और b और k. You remember what is the condition? The condition of perpendicularity was a1 a2 plus b1 b2 is equal to 0. इसका मतलब ये कोएफिशिएंट जो हैं इस तरह होने चाहिए कि उनका प्रोडक्ट सेम आ जाए. तो ये यहाँ b कर दो और उसको a कर दो और माइनस साइन बीच में लगा दो ताकि सम 0 हो जाए. दिस इज द आंसर. bx minus ay. It satisfies that condition. Satisfies this. K is different. The slope of this line is a over minus a over b. The slope of this line is b over a. Minus a over b into b over a is minus 1. Or using this condition. Any one of these two conditions will give you the required answer. So whenever you have to write a perpendicular line, it is better to use this. Now k can be found by using any other condition. Okay, we have to draw a perpendicular from 2, 3 on this line. 2, 3 on this line. तो पहले तो perpendicular लिख लो. Now put 2 and 3, you will get the value of k. So it is a fast method and efficient method of finding a perpendicular line to a given line subject to one more condition. This is the perpendicular line. And the third is, and very important, and you will probably be using it in many competitive exams. We have two lines, L1 and L2. L1 and L2. We have a common point. Write the equation of a line passing through the point of intersection of this. Given lines L1 and L2. Intersecting at P. Intersecting at P. Write equation of a line through P, passing through P. write equation of a line passing through the intersection of two given lines. This means this. Equation of a line, equation of a line passing through the I'll tell you why. Answer. L1 को मान लिया हमने a1x प्लस b1y प्लस c1 इक्वल 0 और L2 को मान लिया हमने a2x प्लस b2y प्लस c2 इक्वल 0. Standard form. Then the answer is a1x plus b1y plus c1 plus k into a2x plus b2y plus c2 equal to 0. See how beautiful and simple it is. बस पहली लाइन जमा k टाइम्स दूसरी लाइन इक्वल टू 0. दोनों का राइट हैंड साइड पे 0 होना चाहिए. y इज इक्वल टू mx प्लस c होगा तो पहले सबको लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पे ले आओ. 3x प्लस 4y इक्वल टू 5 है तो पहले 5 को लेफ्ट साइड पे ले आओ. राइट हैंड साइड मस्ट बी 0 बिफोर यू कैन यूज दिस फार्मूला. 9x a1x a1x plus b1y plus c1 equal to plus k into a2x plus b2y plus c2 equal to 0. क्लेम क्या है? क्लेम ये है दिस इज ए लाइन. ये भी तो शो करना पड़ेगा ना. क्लेम इट इज अ लाइन. इक्वेशन ऑफ ए लाइन एंड क्लेम बी इट passes through P. तभी तो आंसर सही होगा ना. माई आंसर विल बी करेक्ट इफ दिस इज द इक्वेशन ऑफ ए लाइन. नंबर 1. नंबर 2, इफ इट passes through P. How can I show this? To show this, I must show that this equation is of the form ax plus by plus c equal to 0. और कुछ नहीं है इसमें. इसमें x की टर्म डिग्री 1, इसमें y की डिग्री 1 एंड नो टर्म कंटेनिंग प्रोडक्ट x y एंड कांस्टेंट्स. एक तो ये चीज होनी चाहिए. दूसरा, द कोऑर्डिनेट्स ऑफ द पॉइंट P सेटिस्फाई दिस इक्वेशन. अगर ये दोनों चीजें हो जाएंगी तो देन दिस विल बी इक्वेशन ऑफ ए स्ट्रेट लाइन व्हिच विल बी द वन व्हिच इज पासिंग थ्रू P. माय क्लेम विल बी जस्टिफाइड. आप अगर इसको कोएफिशिएंट x कलेक्ट करिए, इट विल बी a1 plus k a2 into x which is a constant into x plus b1 plus k b2 into y which is constant into y plus c1 plus k c2 which is again a constant equal to 0. So it is of the form ax plus by plus c is equal to 0. It is of the form ax plus by plus c is equal to 0. Remember what is a? A is a1 plus kx, k a2. What is b? B is b1 plus k b2. And what is c? C is equal to c1 plus k c2. So therefore this is a equation of a line. Ax plus by plus c equal to 0. It is the general equation of a line. Alright? It passes through P. मान लिया P के कोऑर्डिनेट्स क्या है? x और y1. तो इसमें सब्स्टिट्यूट करते हैं x1 y1. Let us do that. I put here x1. It becomes a1 x1 plus b1 y1 plus c1. ठीक है, लेकिन p इस पे लाई करता है, तो a1 x1 plus b1 y1 plus c1 तो जीरो है, तो ये जीरो हो गया. p जो है दूसरी लाइन पे भी लाई करता है, तो a2 x2 plus b2 y2 plus c2 भी जीरो है. तो जब मैं यहां लगाऊंगा a2 x2 plus b2 y2 plus c2, तो ये भी जीरो हो जाएगा. तो दिस विल बिकम 0 plus k times 0 and that is 0. So the point satisfies. So my claim is justified. एक पे is justified that this is the equation of a line which passes through the intersection of these two lines. It's a family of lines. मैं k की वैल्यू डिफरेंट करता जाऊंगा, तो I will keep on getting different lines. All of them pass through p. और जब k 0 होगा तो कौन सी लाइन आएगी? ये भी लाइन आएगी, L1 भी आएगी when k is 0. तो L1 will also be part of that because L1 also passes through p. और जब k infinity होगा तो दूसरी लाइन भी आएगी. If I divide by k, so this will become 0. Then this quantity is equal to 0. So second line भी आएगी, दोनों लाइनें आएंगी इस पर्टिकुलर प्रोसेस में. एक जल्दी आ जाएगी, दूसरी जो है काफी देर बाद आएगी, by all possible values of this. So therefore, in all possible combinations, the family of lines which passes through p is obtained by writing this. ये आपको अपने दिमाग में एक किस्म का जटा लेना चाहिए, जैसे हीरा जड़ता है ना मुंदरी में या किसी प्रेस में. Keep it like this because this is going to be used everywhere. The line passing through the intersection of two lines. You will be using this everywhere. Not only line, it will be applicable in circle, it will be applicable in parabola, it will be applicable almost everywhere. दो सर्कल का इंटरसेक्शन, ये लाइन और सर्कल का इंटरसेक्शन है. Again we will use this. ये क्या है? How it is written? It is written like this: L1 plus KL2 is equal to 0. L1 plus KL2. L1 is the first line and L2 is equal to second line. L1 equal to 0 is the first line, L2 is equal to 0 is second line. अगर सर्कल और लाइन है तो it will be C1 plus KL1 equal to 0. That will also be another thing. दो सर्कल हैं तो S1 plus KS2 equal to 0. That will be a circle passing through the intersection of two circles. So therefore that is why this is an extremely important thing that you must keep in your mind all the time. कि जहां भी इंटरसेक्शन की बात होगी और हमने कोई चीज उस इंटरसेक्शन में से पास करके निकालनी है, then I must use them and that will be used in this manner. Depending upon the degree. अगर आपके पास लीनियर है तो लीनियर रहेगा, अगर आपके पास सेकंड डिग्री है और फर्स्ट डिग्री है तो फिर सेकंड डिग्री बनेगी, तो इट विल बी आइदर अ सर्कल व्हाटएवर इट माइट बी. सो दिस विल बी ए वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टूल इन सॉल्विंग ए लार्ज नंबर ऑफ क्वेश्चंस which you will encounter, as we move forward. So keep that in mind. That will be the way. अब इसमें कोई कंडीशन जब साथ लगा दें आप, तो you will be, एक कंडीशन और दी होगी k को to find out k. For example, I told you, find a tangent to this circle passing through the point this. तो parallel to this line and passing through the point this. तो जैसे ही वो सर्कल आप दो टेंजेंट आएंगे, you want only one out of them, तो वो after putting the coordinates of that particular point through which it passes, you will be able to find out the one of the two tangents rather than both the tangents. Otherwise you will get two tangents. कोई क्वेश्चन और देखें? थक तो नहीं गए? बताओ क्या हो गया? बंदी हो रहा. यस, हाँ. If you are tired, let me know. Find the equation of a line which is equidistant from parallel lines. Yes, let us see this question. इसमें अब थोड़ा सा बुद्धि भी लगानी है आपने ज़रा. Find the equation of the line which is equidistant from parallel lines. 9x plus 6y minus 7 equals 0 and 3x plus 2y plus 6 equals 0. What is the formula for finding the distance between two parallel lines? क्या फार्मूला है? C1 माइनस C2, याद है ना? C1 माइनस C2 ओवर ए स्क्वायर प्लस बी स्क्वायर, यही था ना? C1 माइनस C2 ओवर ए स्क्वायर प्लस बी स्क्वायर. एक तो ये फार्मूला हमें यूज करना है क्योंकि पैरेलल लाइंस हैं. लेकिन एक चीज प्लीज कीप वन थिंग इन माइंड व्हेन यू आर फाइंडिंग द पैरेलल लाइंस, द कोएफिशिएंट्स मस्ट बी सेम. अगर कोएफिशिएंट सेम नहीं है तो उनको सेम बनाओ पहले बिफोर अप्लाइंग दिस फार्मूला. दिस हैज टू बी डन, केप्ट इन माइंड. Coefficients must be same in the two equations. Coefficients of x and y must be same in the two equations. Only the constant term will be different. ठीक है? एक तो ये अगर बराबर हैं तो फाइन. इफ दे आर नॉट इक्वल देन मेक देम इक्वल. सेकेंड, अब हमारे पास ये दो लाइनें हैं, तो जो तीसरी लाइन होगी वो बीच में होगी ना, बिकॉज इट इज इक्वी डिस्टेंस, बीच में होगी. दिस इज ऑल्सो पैरेलल. पैरेलल है तो इसकी इक्वेशन क्या होगी? वी शुड यूज दैट. दैट्स व्हाट आई एम सेइंग. अगर आप मेथड लगाओगे तो लंबा मेथड होगा. नाउ वी शुड यूज दिस. इसकी इक्वेशन इन दोनों के पैरेलल होने की वजह से कांस्टेंट ही तो चेंज होगा, वो दोनों चीजें सेम रहेंगी. सो राइट दिस इक्वेशन एंड यूज दिस फार्मूला. इसका डिस्टेंस इससे निकालो, इसका डिस्टेंस इससे निकालो और उनको इक्वल कर दो. यू विल गेट द वैल्यू ऑफ के. लेट अस सी क्या लाइनें हैं बताओ. ये देखो, एक लाइन है 9x प्लस 6y, 9x प्लस 6y माइनस 7 इक्वल 0, और दूसरी उसको भी वही कर दो. 9x 3 से मल्टीप्लाई कर दिया प्लस 6y प्लस 18 इक्वल टू 0. तो इसकी इक्वेशन हो गई 9x प्लस 6y प्लस k इक्वल टू 0. समझ आया कि नहीं? प्लीज किसी को ना समझ आया तो बताओ. डोंट हेसिटेट. जिसने शर्म की गया काम से. देयर इज नो हार्म. यू सी, आई एनकरेज क्वेश्चन. व्हाई आई एनकरेज क्वेश्चंस? आप क्वेश्चन पूछते हो ना, तो आप दूसरों की भी हेल्प कर रहे हो. उसको शर्म आ रही है क्वेश्चन पूछते हुए, तो और मैंने पूछना था यार, ये क्वेश्चन उसने पूछ लिया. मेनी टाइम्स दिस हैपेंस. सो आस्क क्वेश्चंस. यू विल नॉट ओनली बी हेल्पिंग योरसेल्फ, यू विल आल्सो बी हेल्पिंग योर क्लासमेट्स हियर. यू नो, दे विल बी वेरी हैप्पी कि भाई अच्छा हुआ ये क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया, मुझे भी आंसर मिल गया इसका. सो दिस इज एन, वी नाउ नो दिस इक्वेशन इज गिवन. दिस इज द थर्ड इक्वेशन which we have now obtained from our knowledge that the equation of a line parallel to a given line is simply written by changing the constant. Other things remain the same. अब इसका डिस्टेंस d1, ये डिस्टेंस d1 और ये डिस्टेंस d2. So what is d1 equal to? ये फार्मूला लगाओ. C1 माइनस 2 k प्लस 7 हो जाएगा ये, ओवर यही रहेगा 9 स्क्वायर प्लस 6 स्क्वायर अंडर द रूट. और d2 क्या होगा? k माइनस 18 डिवाइडेड बाई 9 स्क्वायर प्लस 6 स्क्वायर अंडर द रूट. एंड यूज d1 इक्वल टू d2. क्या आएगी के की वैल्यू? what will be the value of k?
11/2.
Looks like. उसमें डाल के देख लेते हैं. क्या कहा आपने? 11/2.
So we have to enter the equation.
कहाँ गया वो? बैक कहाँ है? 11 बाई, इसमें क्यों नहीं आ रहा? इक्वेशन निकालनी है आपको. हाँ, तो इक्वेशन लिखो फिर. सॉरी, नहीं ठीक है. नहीं ये बैक है. तो इक्वेशन क्या आएगी? पुट दैट 11/2, सो 18x प्लस 12y, 18x प्लस
9x plus 6y plus 11.
प्लस 12y. अगर इसने ठीक किया होता, विल सी नो इमीडिएटली. प्लस 11 इक्वल 0. एंड नाउ डन से पता लग जाएगा भी तुम्हारा क्या आंसर है. यस. नहीं आया. किसको नहीं आया? प्लीज डोंट हेसिटेट. दोज हु आर नॉट एबल टू डू दिस, कोई बात नहीं. हाँ, देखो क्या प्रॉब्लम क्या हुई, क्या आया आंसर. ये नीचे वाला पोर्शन तो कट गया, तो हमारा जो आंसर आया वो आया k प्लस 7 इज इक्वल टू k माइनस 18. यही है ना, k माइनस 18. तो दो पॉसिबल आंसर हैं. आइदर k प्लस 7 इज k माइनस 18 और k प्लस 7 इज इक्वल टू माइनस k प्लस 18. यही है ना. तो या तो इन दोनों की वैल्यू सेम है या एक दूसरे का नेगेटिव है. देखो ये 5 बराबर है 5, एक तो ये पॉसिबल आंसर है. सेकंड आंसर है 5 इज इक्वल टू माइनस 5. दोनों बराबर है ना, वही हम कर रहे हैं यहां. या तो ये दोनों नंबर सेम है या एक दूसरे के नेगेटिव है. इसमें k कट जाएगा. 7 इक्वल टू माइनस 18 नॉट पॉसिबल. दिस इज नॉट पॉसिबल. आंसर यहीं से आएगा. सो 2k इज इक्वल टू 11. सो k विल बी इक्वल टू 11/2. ये वैल्यू k की यहां डालो. 9x प्लस 6y प्लस 11/2 इक्वल टू 0. 2 से मल्टीप्लाई कर दो. 18x प्लस 12y प्लस 11 इक्वल टू 0. That will be the equation of the line parallel to these lines and equidistant from them. ठीक है. So this we have used our knowledge of parallel lines and then distance formula, and in finding distance formula between parallel lines coefficients must be same. ये जान के दिए हुए अलग अलग. कई बच्चे आंसर वही लिख देंगे 7 माइनस 6 प्लस 7 और उसके नीचे वो लिख देंगे, उसके नीचे वो लिख देंगे, सब काम खत्म, गड़बड़. So you have to be careful that when you are using the formula you use it wisely. You know, कई बार ये होता है कि भाई अंधाधुंध. This is what happens when you do these things rashly, so end up doing small mistakes. So that is why these coefficients have to be made equal before I use this formula. C1 minus C2 over a square plus b square and so on. ठीक है. फिर और कुछ पूछना हो तो डोंट हैव. हाँ बोलो.
So is there any difference between the orthocenter and the centroid of a triangle?
हाँ.
So but so even median is perpendicular to the.
नहीं, it may happen that they may coincide. That's a separate thing. But they why should they coincide? देखो आप क्या करते हो? Why these things occur? एक मैं छोटी सी आपको एग्जांपल देता हूँ. You see, normally whenever you draw a triangle, you draw triangle like this. नहीं, आपको ट्रायंगल ड्रॉ करना चाहिए ऐसे. अब देखो जरा. When you draw triangles like this, then you will know कि ऑर्थोसेंटर का मतलब ये है कि मैंने ये परपेंडिकुलर ड्रॉ किया, मैंने ये परपेंडिकुलर ड्रॉ किया और मैंने ये परपेंडिकुलर ड्रॉ किया. अब मीडियन तो यहाँ आएगा और यहाँ से भी जाएगा, तो मान लिया वो ये पॉइंट आया. So they need not be the same. So you should always draw triangles, you know, in a very funny manner to see whether the actual thing is happening or not. अगर आप इक्विलेटरल ट्रायंगल ड्रॉ कर लोगे तो सब कुछ अच्छा आ जाएगा उसमें, you know, या आइसोसेलेस भी ड्रॉ कर दोगे सब कुछ अच्छा आ जाएगा. You see? तो जो चीज़ें बहुत सिमेट्रिकल हैं वो खूबसूरत तो लगती हैं ऑब्वियसली, पर दे आर डिफरेंट फ्रॉम दो. इस दुनिया में अच्छे लोग भी हैं, खूबसूरत लोग भी हैं, नॉट सो खूबसूरत. हर इंसान अच्छा है, खूबसूरत है, लेकिन यू शुड बी दिस ट्रायंगल इज एज ब्यूटीफुल एज दिस ट्रायंगल, देयर इज नो डाउट अबाउट दिस, बट दिस विल टेल यू द डिफरेंस between orthocenter and center of gravity and अब equilateral triangle में सारे एक जगह हैं, they are all there, क्योंकि मीडियन भी परपेंडिकुलर है वहाँ, तो ऑर्थोसेंटर बराबर हो जाएगा. और हाई आल्टीट्यूड भी वही है, हर चीज़ वही है, बाइसेक्टर भी वही है. ये सो एवरीथिंग विल कोइंसाइड ओवर देयर, बट दे नीड नॉट बी इक्वल. ठीक है, और कुछ? Now keep on trying what is there in this book and send us mails, you know, whenever you have a problem, you want to ask questions, because the mails will be attended to, and maybe I'll get some of them if you send them, and maybe we will answer them. ठीक है?
These are some questions that students have asked.
अच्छा.
So please give answer. The marker have been done for maths questions. Mark.
तो trigonometry है ना ये? नहीं, मुझे अलजेब्रा चाहिए, कोऑर्डिनेटरी. ये नहीं, एक मिनट जरा, जस्ट होल्ड ऑन. बस यही है मैथ्स के.
यस सर, क्वेश्चन काफी हैं इसमें. आगे भी हैं. सो अभी यहाँ कुछ क्वेश्चन अगर
आप में से किसी ने भेजे हुए हैं क्वेश्चंस? मेरा कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है इसमें भी.
स्ट्रेट लाइन से. स्ट्रेट लाइन से.
Here is the question. बड़ा सिंपल सा है. आई डोंट नो कैसे बच्चे ने पूछा है. What will be the equation of the line passing through 3, 2? लिखो जरा, passing through 3, 2 and having slope 2. Equation of a line passing through 3, 2 and having slope 2. Y minus
2x plus का 2 is equal to 0.
y minus 2x
Plus 2.
plus 2.
Plus 4. Plus 4. Plus 4. So plus 4 is equal to 0. Yes sir, plus 4.
Y minus 2 is equal to 2 into x minus 3. ये नहीं है, यही है ना. Point slope form. Y minus y1 is equal to slope m into x minus x1, and this its simplification is y minus 2x plus 4, क्योंकि वो minus 6 है और ये minus 2 है, तो plus 4 equal to 0. That is the required answer. I don't know who has asked this question, but इसका आंसर देना है.
Yes.
ये लिख दो.
लिख दो सर, आगे दो.
और 2x minus y minus 4 equal to 0. ax plus by लिखना है ना. How to find the coordinates of an incenter and what is incenter? Incenter क्या है? What is incenter? बताओ. Circumcenter and incenter. Circumcenter का क्या मतलब हुआ? नहीं, ये circumcenter है. Circumcenter का मतलब ये है, you know circumference. ये सर्कम का मतलब बाहर वाला एरिया. तो आपको जो तीनों वर्टिसेस के ऊपर से पास करके सर्कल बन रहा है उसका जो सेंटर होगा दैट विल बी सर्कम सेंटर. और इन सेंटर का मतलब है कि जो सर्कल ट्रायंगल के अंदर है, तीनों लाइनों को टच करता हुआ, उसका जो सेंटर है वो इन सेंटर है. उसका फार्मूला इसमें दिया हुआ है, आपकी जो किताब है, द फार्मूला इज गिवन देयर. इसको मैं मोड़ देता हूँ, नीचे भी लिख दूंगा. है how, here is another question. How to find a coordinate on xy axis if only one coordinate of the same line is given? क्वेश्चन तो मुझे समझ नहीं आया, लेकिन फिर भी मुझे लगता है कि what the person is asking is how to find a coordinate on the xy plane if only one coordinate of the same line is given. तो अगर एक कोऑर्डिनेट दिया हुआ है, मान लिया, पर लाइन का ग्राफ तो होना चाहिए ना. तो आप उस पर्टिकुलर पॉइंट से, अगर एक्स कोऑर्डिनेट दिया हुआ है मान लिया, तो एक्स कोऑर्डिनेट से परपेंडिकुलर ड्रॉ कर दीजिए. जहां वो लाइन को काटेगा दैट विल बी द वाई कोऑर्डिनेट. और अगर वाई कोऑर्डिनेट दिया हुआ है तो वहां से एक लाइन ड्रॉ करिए पैरेलल टू एक्स एक्सिस. जहां वो ग्राफ को काटेगी दैट विल बी द कोऑर्डिनेट ऑफ द एक्स कोऑर्डिनेट ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर ग्राफ. If you also have any questions, you can all, हाँ, सेक्शन फार्मूला किया हुआ है ना आपने? कौन सा किया हुआ है? आपने इंटरनल किया हुआ है शुरू, मुझे लगता है ना. इंटरनल किया हुआ है ना, मतलब इंटरनल इज हियर इट इज. ये है ना, ए बी इज टू बी सी सेम एज M1 इज टू M2. इंटरनल. एक्सटर्नल भी तो होता है, विच मीन्स व्हाट? नहीं, एक्सटर्नल का मतलब है कि दिस पॉइंट विल गो आउटसाइड. फार्मूला यही होगा, फिर वही ए बी इज टू बी सी ही होगा. Only then it will become external. Once, so there are two possibilities in which to divide this line by in the ratio M1 is to M2. कि second formula will, this point B will go outside. तो AB M1 होगा और BC M2 होगा. और ये formula of course the same. वहाँ माइनस साइन आ जाएगा, but that is not in your course. ये तो पता नहीं किसने क्वेश्चन क्यों पूछा है. But I simply want to tell you, यहाँ तो बहुत आसान है. M1 into x2 plus m2 into x1 over m1 plus m2, and similarly y2 m1 into y2 plus m2 into y1 over m1 m2. Second case में it will be negative, in between there will be negative sign, but that is not in your course. The student has asked कि भाई external का मतलब क्या है. Well, I'll answer that question. चलिए ठीक है फिर. So if you have any other, besides the questions you have asked today, if you have any other questions, you can mail them or you can send them just as these candidates have done. We will try to answer all of them. इसको ये है ये नहीं ये वाली USB इनपुट डिवाइस यही है कि ये क्या है? ये है
ये सर
ये है ना
जी.
चलो निकाल ये
So we'll also give you an experience of the test.
थैंक यू. हाँ जी बेटा.
So what is parametric form? So what is parametric?
बैठो बता दो. वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन.
This is a trial. So you will see how
हाँ.
the test comes on your tablet, and then you will take it, you will submit, and you will see the spot after.
अभी नहीं डाली है तो
शायद वो कुछ बोलेंगे क्यों हुआ ये. ये हमारा है सब आपका हमारा था ले लिया हमने पहले. तो वाला कैमरा पकड़ करो वाला कैमरा पकड़ करो.
अभी आ रहे हैं और किसके पास सेफ्टी कार्ड नहीं है?
one small thing is this young lady has asked a very wonderful question. Parametric. What is parametric form? How many of you have heard this word? Parametric? Metric? How many of you have heard metric? Metric? What is metric? Metric goes on. Metric. Meter. The word has come from meter. Meter is a measurement. Instrument of measurement, exact measurement, which means we know what is meter, 4 meter, 5 meter. What is parametric?
इसके पीछे
The word para when it
लाइट ज़्यादा
is
है इसके पीछे.
it says that it is not exactly meter, but it is close to meter. Paratyphoid. The word paratyphoid is there. इसका मतलब इसको typhoid तो नहीं हुआ हुआ, लेकिन उसे मिलते जुलती कोई चीज है. So parametric means it's a measurement, a means of measurement, but not exactly a measurement. आपको एक थर्ड चीज के साथ कनेक्ट किया हुआ है. X and Y are now related to theta. If you know theta, you know X, you know Y. X and Y are connected with T. So it is the T which is now controlling the movement of X and Y. जैसे जैसे आप T change करते जाएंगे, वैसे वैसे X और Y change होते जाएंगे. So that T becomes the parameter. जब T 1 होगा, तो obviously T is now getting an exact value. But T is passing on the value to X and Y by assuming some value itself. So T becomes the parameter. तो जब एक third variable आ जाएगा, which is a hidden variable, which is not a active variable, but is a dormant variable, जो वो value लेगा, उससे value X and Y की आएंगी. तो इसलिए T को parametric. तो जो भी X और Y with reference to T आएगा, that will be parametric form. X is equal to a cos t, y is equal to a sin t. स्क्वायर था मैं लेट देन यू गेट x to the y to the square
हाँ,
सर्कल बन गया तो t की वजह से सर्कल बना
डुक जा
t will be
थैंक यू सर पूछ लीजिए मैडम
Okay, I hope girls you have enjoyed the class today. Was it a quality class? You appreciate it?